Hello everybody, welcome to It Was Tuesday, a special Wednesday edition, but Wednesday means that 1 week from now will be Capcom Cup 12, and we all want to find out, who's going to win. But I know some of the players are not going to be as familiar to you as some of the more popular ones that we see on stream all the time. So what we're going to do today, is go over all 48 players and basically get to know as many of them as much as we can. I mean, because honestly, some of them I am not particularly familiar with at all. So, we'll be going over these players one by one, and we're going to do it in the order of the groups here and the matchups that we are going to see. So we're going to start with Group A over here, and this is going to be Xiaohai and Juicy Joe on the first side, on the upper half of the bracket. Again, there's really not much to tell about these players. Well, actually, Juicy Joe might not be as familiar for everybody unless you really are tuned into the EU scene. Xiaohai, I think everybody knows, right? Like, at this point in time, one of the greatest KOF players of all time. Maybe some would argue the greatest KOF player, in history. He has been so dominant in that game, and he has moved on to obviously play a lot of other games, including Street Fighter 6. He is back-to-back EWC champion. We're in an era right now where it's very hard to win an event back-to-back because everybody is so competitive. But Xiaohai was able to win EWC 2 years running now, and still be one of the best at, Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, and one of the best at KOF 15. This player is kind of ridiculous, obviously from China. He's been mostly playing Mai right now. I have his secondary listed as M. Bison, but he definitely has other characters that he can play. Like, he can play Ken and such, though I really don't think we're going to see the Ken, because Ken is clearly not as strong as he used to be. He did qualify by winning EWC earlier this year, but he's been one of the strongest players in China. Like, what we know how famous Daigo is in Japan, Xiaohai has a very, very strong following in China. So he's really famous over there. And he's been playing on fire, just doing really well. So again, I don't think anybody's going to be, who's Xiaohai? If you're asking who Xiaohai is, I feel like you've been kind of living under a rock at this point, or you're just not part of the FGC kind of thing. So for a while in EU, Juicy Joe, since season 1, has been one of the best JP players. Now, obviously, when Street Fighter 6 first came out, JP was considered the best character in the game, and everyone was like, oh my god, this character's broken, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So even when JP got nerfed pretty badly, Juicy Joe got tied for 5th place at Capcom Cup 11. So literally at Capcom Cup 11, Juicy Joe was the highest placing European player, tied with Noah the Prodigy for being the highest placing North American player, or Western region. Well, I should say North American, because Blas was in 2nd place, who was the highest placing South American player. But Juicy Joe's JP has been a nightmare for a very, very long time now. And, followed up his 5th place finish at Capcom Cup last year being on the Ninjas in Pajamas team. And the Ninjas in Pajamas team, is with Phenom, Big Bird, and Angry Bird, right? So it's those 4 guys. And Juicy Joe just basically just ran through that entire Street Fighter League EU. He beat Pepito, he beat Mark the Shark, then he lost the Ending Walker. So this was his only loss for a long period of time. But then Juicy Joe also beat Kusanagi. He also beat Senor Power. Then he beat Joker Jokes. Then he beat Kusanagi again. Then he was able to beat Problem X. And then they went to the playoffs where Juicy Joe, he beat Takamura. He did beat Infectious over here. He lost the Valmaster because he wasn't used to the Kimberly. But the interesting thing about it was they ran it back to qualify in the grand finals. And Juicy Joe actually lost the first game, then won the next 2 to qualify the Ninjas of Pajamas in the grand finals. Juicy Joe beat Garnett and then eventually lost to Lex, but beat Problem X again. So Juicy Joe had like one of the most ridiculous runs at SFL EU. He was like clearly one of the best players, and he's going to be a problem here. This is a crazy first round match because both of these players can get far. The question is, maybe, one of them will make it out of loser's bracket and the other will make it out of winner's bracket, so they both advance. But let's talk about who else is in this pool. That's right. I know you guys might have trouble reading it, but the other two players in this pool are Blaz and Hot Dog 29. This is the closest to the death bracket, but the death bracket here, Blaz is a lot of people's picks to win this entire event. He's gotten so many second places this year, but he's been hanging out in Japan. He played a Sagat on the Japan ranked matches in Japan on Street Fighter 6 as Nagoya-kun, and then everyone's like, who's this Sagat killing everybody named Nagoya-kun? It was Blaz. He was just in Japan practicing and just like he got #1 ranked in Japan. And then he played like this big old exhibition thing where he like fought a bunch of the Japanese players, and he was taking out a lot of the Japanese players like without losing a game. Like this guy Blaz is in a really good position here. Now, the question really comes down to is, obviously he's 16 years old and can he handle the pressure? But at the same time, he's been put in so many pressure situations, and the way Blaz presents himself, the way he behaves, the way he plays is beyond his age. I have very little belief that he will, that nerves will get to him that badly. I think Blaz is going to do fine. But again, he's in this pool with Shao Hai, and he's in this pool with Juicy Joe, and he's in this pool with Hot Dog 29 as well. Hot Dog is a very, very strong player as well, coming out of the Hong Kong region. Excuse me. Oh, that's right. Blaz qualified, by the way, by winning Evo France. So he he didn't get first place at Evo France. That was another second place finish, I think. But he was just the highest placer who hadn't already qualified. This is just such a nice little resource for people to do all this stuff over here. He got second place to Lashar. That's what it was, yeah. So he got second place to Lashar. But that's how he qualified, was at Evo France. Hot Dog did qualify out of his World Warrior for the Asia East region. And as I said, he is a Hong Kong player. He has been playing Street Fighter forever. He has been in so many Capcom Cups. So, he's no slouch here. You can't take him lightly. You can't take any of these players lightly, right? So Hot Dog is going to be kind of it's going to be a little bit of a tough one to get through, but, most people will probably place odds on Blaz at this point. But even if Hot Dog does get sent to loser's bracket, all the players down there, whether it is Blaz again or Shao Hai or Juicy Joe, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for them to get past Hot Dog as well. I did want to also mention this as well, that one of the reasons why I'm not necessarily as enamored with this format is that I remember at EWC last year, I think every single decider match was a run back. One of the things that I would like to see in the future is pairing groups together, and that when you get to the decider match, you split it. So basically, the person who makes it out of the winner's match comes here. The person who makes it through the loser's match actually gets put into Group B, and the Group B's loser match over here gets thrown into Group A. The reason why this is not necessarily great is that means you have to play both pools at the same time. So it's a little tricky of a situation, but I'd like to see something to prevent as many runbacks, because I mean, technically speaking, I don't think there's a way you can avoid the run back, but it's like very rare. It's like the least likely is that you'll avoid the run back in this situation. That's Group A. Very, very scary group. So let's actually move on to Group B over here, where we're starting with Kawano. Here we go. Kawano and Ending Walker. Kawano, he qualified because he was part of the Street Fighter League winning team last year. If you guys remember, he was the Akuma who basically threw Punk to death in the grand finals of Street Fighter League. And so his whole team actually got an auto qualification here. I mean, don't let that fool you, though. Kawano is an amazing player. He has been an amazing player for the longest of time. In fact, he is, if I'm not mistaken, the final Street Fighter V Evo Worlds champion. Yeah, he got first. He was the one that defeated Idom. And so he ended up in first place. So Kawano has been one of the strongest players in Japan for quite some time. And in fact, one of the strongest players from what I always like to call the new class of Japanese players. I know, like, it's been a while now. Kawano is kind of a veteran at this point in time, but he still represents kind of the new class, because for the longest of time, the veterans of Japan were still winning most of the events, and Kawano was like one of the clear strongest of the new class, like Ano and Higuchi, you know, and some other players. Just like blanking on names right now because that's what I do. Me and names are bad. So, but you know, a lot of young players. Oh, Nauman, for example, when he won Evo Japan, they said that was one of the first times that the new class actually won a major tournament. So yeah, Kawano definitely representing the new class still. I mean, he's 27 now, so he's in fighting game terms getting up there, but he is a prolific Akuma player. He still plays Luke every once in a while as well. But, you know, he is always one of the strongest Japanese players for Street Fighter. Honestly, if he doesn't stop playing, he will be around for a very, very long time playing. And he is going up against Ending Walker. Now, Ending Walker is a very interesting story. Like, everybody has their eye on this kid. Like, everybody knows that Ending Walker is like something special. Like, he is one of the best players in the world right now. And he has been playing out of his mind, and, you know, helps that he's picked up Ryu, and Ryu is very strong. He actually made it out of the World Warriors simply by just getting the most points. He didn't have to play in the finals here, but I believe Lex made it out by points, and Ending Walker won the finals, if I'm not mistaken. If anybody has, you know, the actual information there to look up right now, I would look it up, but I don't want to spend any extra time doing that. But Ending Walker has been playing incredible, and in fact, probably had one of the most brutal Street Fighter League runs ever, because he was on Team Mouse, obviously. And take a look at this, okay? He won, let's see here, 3-0 against Jabi M, 3-0 against Hurricane, 3-2 to Killzoo after Killzoo won the first two, and then Ending Walker only lost one round after that. He won 2-0 without dropping around against Juicy Joe, who I definitely, you know, gassed up a little bit earlier. He won 3-0 over Pepito. He beat Jabi M again 3-1, and then he beat Infectious 3-1, and then he beat Mr. Crimson 2-0. He beat Pepito 3-1. He beat Big Bird 3-1. He won 10 out of 10 sets, okay? So, you know, he lost only 6 games. He had an 82% win rate in terms of games and 100% win rate in terms of sets. So Ending Walker was crazy, and the only time he lost, was in the grand finals where Angry Bird just like turned it on all of a sudden and beat Ending Walker twice in a row. So that Team Mouse didn't qualify, which is really, really unfortunate. So Ending Walker is coming into this thing hot, right? Like, he is clearly one of the strongest players right now. And it's really, really, I think it's almost like a foregone conclusion that he is going to win a big one very, very soon. Like, why not start at Capcom Cup 12, right? Ending Walker, like I said, is just such an amazingly strong player. I love the way he approaches the game. He thinks about the game very differently. If you watch Street Fighter League, like, you know, the way that he talks about the game is just really interesting. And so I'm really excited to see how well he does here. Obviously, again, I'm in a situation where I want all 48 of these players to win because I'm the FGC mom, basically. Like, why can't they all win? You know, kind of a thing. But I do think Ending Walker is probably the favorite of this pool. And yes, I'm saying that even with the other side being Fudo and Bravery. Fudo, again, another longtime player. As you can see, 40 years old. So young, man. He's 40 years old, has been playing fighting games forever, is one of the handful of actual Virtua Fighter gods out there. And, you know, being a Virtua Fighter god is not just something that like, oh, I'm really good, I'm a god. No, like, they're gods for a reason because basically they only lose to other gods. You know, these guys are insane. He's good at everything that he plays. He is just an amazing gamer, and he has found a lot of success with Ed now. And so he qualified by winning Blink Respawn. And, you know, he started with the DJ. He eventually moved to the Ed, but he will go to DJ every once in a while so he can switch between the two, which is always nice to have. It's always good to have, you know, two characters that you can go between, especially in this game, because, you know, it's not even just necessarily like helping you with your bad matchups. It's more like being able to throw different looks at a player is really kind of valuable. And that's why, you know, the final 16 bracket being a first to 5 is so fascinating because it really gives people opportunities. I mean, again, Xiaohai won EWC in the same format because he had 4 games to lose against Blas, right? Like, if he didn't have that, like, Blas would have been the EWC champion. But because of the fact that it was a first to 5, Xiaohai was able to make that comeback by switching from M. Bison to Mai, right? Having two characters is very useful. But again, like, Fudo is another one of those players that, like, in terms of fighting games and Street Fighter, you've been living under a rock. He was the first Evo champion for Street Fighter 4 that wasn't Daigo. When Street Fighter 4 created the big giant resurgence of fighting games and Evo was like the biggest Evo ever, Daigo won the first year against Justin Wong. Daigo won the second year against Ricky Ortiz. And then the third year was Fudo defeating Latif. He beat Latif in grand finals. And for the most part, anyone who wasn't a Virtua Fighter player was like, who is this Fudo? Why is he so good? You know, a lot of people didn't know who he was and didn't know, you know, that he was one of the best fighting game players in the world. And obviously since then he has won time and time again and has just performed so well at so many different events. So, you know, Fudo, he is a veteran. He is a class act. He is just clearly like one of the strongest fighting game players in history. Bravery has had an interesting road here, and I want to bring up his Wikipedia page just so you guys can see this. Because Bravery is from the Singapore region, and obviously we know other people from the Singapore region, right? So Bravery had been playing Street Fighter V, you know, he's always been, you know, a very, very strong player. But, you know, a lot of the times, like you can see here, he lost the Cien, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And if we go back to Street Fighter 6 over here, what you'll actually see here, whoa. Anyways, when Street Fighter 5 first came out, it was kind of more the same old story here. Cien beating him in like all these events, like the World Warrior Regional Finals, and then the CPT Online event, you know, Asia Southeast, like Cien beat him, and then Cien beat him in Asia Southeast 4. So he's always been right behind Cien, and Cien has talked about Bravery a lot as just like having the potential to be one of the best players from Singapore. And, you know, largely one of the reasons why Bravery has gotten so strong is thanks to Cien's help, right? Because Cien has done a lot of work with the Singapore FGC. And then once we got into year 2 of Street Fighter 6, this is when things started to change. As you can see here, he's still finishing 3rd and 4th. Cien and Brandon, he's losing. But then he wins the World Warrior Asia Southeast against SKZ, who then beats him back over here. But he ends up qualifying to Capcom Cup, and obviously Capcom Cup is a hard one to win, right? But I mean, he did pretty well. So they said he is in group. Wait, what group do they say that? Group S? There's no Group S. What the hell? He's in Group D. Okay, I don't know what's going on over there, but, you know, 2 out of 3. Not great, but, like, strong competitors here, including Ablaz, who was on fire and went 5-0, right? But then, all of a sudden, like, you look at this current year over here, and, you know, getting a 2nd, a 3rd, and then a 1st, and then a 1st. So he ended the year very, very strong over here. And Cien, on the other hand, has been struggling at the 3rd year. And again, you know, I've talked to Cien about this personally. He agrees with me, you know, because I've basically told Cien that I don't think DJ is his character. And Cien's like, yeah, he's not, but I can't find another character that, like, works for me yet. He tried a few other characters, but DJ was always the one that he had the best results with. But again, DJ's not really a Cien character. A Cien character needs to have lots of crazy, like, kind of shenanigans and, like, the ability to mix and like, have a lot of, like, little tricky things that the character can do, and have the ability to lab out a lot of tricky stuff, right? Like, for example, he's played Kimberly at tournaments before, but he said that Kimberly is not consistent enough to win big events, so that's why he is sticking with DJ for now. We'll see what happens, because, you know, obviously Alex is dropping, and we're all hoping there's going to be patch notes, buffs, and nerfs and stuff like that, because there's a lot of characters that I think Cien would be really good at, and unfortunately, characters like Elena aren't the strongest, but, you know, a character like Elena, you know, if Mai gets not killed, like, Mai would still be a good character for him to use and such. So, but regardless, this is not about Cien. Sorry, diverging off topic over here. But as you can see, Bravery doing really, really well here, doing it with the Cammy as well, which is really cool to see, because Cammy obviously is a character that, you know, depending on who you talk to, is either just stupidly cheap or the worst character in the game, as people have literally told me before. Cammy's still good, like, but the hard part is that every character is really good. So, but Bravery here, like, it feels like this is his time now, his time to represent Singapore. It kind of reminds me of, like, when Oil King started surpassing GamerB, and I feel like that's kind of what's happening over here for Bravery. So let us go over to Group C. And again, for, you know, there's no way that you don't know, but, you know, obviously there is a lot of turmoil going on in the Middle East right now. Big Bird and Angry Bird are still unknown in terms of if they can even make it to Japan. And if they can't, I'm not sure what their solution is going to be. It might just be that Mochi gets a buy or something like that. But let's discuss this on the assumption that Big Bird is going to make it. And so Big Bird will be going up against YHC Mochi here. Big Bird, for the longest of time, had been the strongest player from the Middle East region, especially during Street Fighter V. He has just been an absolute dominant player. Then Street Fighter 6 came out, and he started off very strong. His Marisa was incredible, and he won the Red Bull South Africa with Marisa. You know what? Look, he did really well in year one with Marisa, but as people started figuring out the game, as we started, playing Street Fighter 6, it became very obvious that Marisa had a lot of weaknesses, and she got nerfed, right? Because at first everybody was like, oh my God, she's too strong, and so like they nerfed her, and then it turned out like they probably shouldn't have nerfed her, and so Big Bird then eventually switched to Rashid, which makes a lot of sense because Rashid is his main character in Street Fighter V. For a while, Big Bird was doing great with Rashid, and then Rashid got nerfed, not like he didn't get like chopped at the knees or anything. It wasn't like season 1 Nash or anything like that in Street Fighter V, but it was enough because he couldn't, like Rashid, you can see it, right? You can literally see it in the results of all the tournaments. Rashid went from a character who was like, his presence was felt in like every major top 8, Rashid everywhere, and then there's very few Rashids. The only Rashids you saw were Big Bird, Dual Kevin, and Gotcha-kun. Those are like the only 3 Rashids that you would see really kind of do well in. And so, obviously Big Bird, who qualified via the World Warrior from Middle East, so he won the finals there, did so with Rashid. However, if you notice that I have actually put his main character down as Sagat, because he has actually said on Twitter and such that he is learning Sagat now. Sagat, who, by the way, is a character whose stock is rising, right? I mean, literally, I think, who was it that just tweeted this? Was it Punk? Punk was just like, Sagat might actually be the best character in the game. And as we've all been playing this game, Sagat has gotten stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. But Blas stuck with him and kind of made everybody see, like, okay, we have to start thinking about this character. And now that everybody has been able to refine him, I mean, he is a problem. And largely because of the fact that he is the most Street Fighter V character in the game. What do I mean by that? I mean, his standing medium punch is a frame it's +2. It's 6 frames. So if he does medium punch into medium punch and you press your 4-frame button, if he's +2 and that move is 6 frames and your light punch is 4 frames, you trade, right? You'll trade, and the trade gives him enough hit stun that he can link crouching medium punch even after you block medium punch, and then he does another medium punch, and if you light punch and you trade, he gets big old combos, and the character just does ridiculous amounts of damage. If you actually watch the FlyQuest tournament from last week, which I had the pleasure of commentating, Enzo the Hokage won that tournament with Sagat, and there were some matches where the guy was like at 60-some%, and I was like, oh, is this gonna kill? And then the next time he was there, I was like, yeah, he's dead. Like, I'm just not even gonna like... You don't even have to wonder, because Sagat just does ridiculous amounts of damage, so his payoffs are high. So I like that Big Bird is switching to Sagat. I think this is going to be really, really a smart move for him, honestly. And he will always have that Rashid as a secondary as well. It's not like he's going to drop the character. So he's going to have the ability to switch between these two characters who I think really play differently enough that, you can give your opponent 2 very different looks, like I said, which is kind of really important in my opinion these days, to be able to give someone 2 different looks. Not really. So in CVS2, Sagat's power was just crouching heavy punch, because again, with punishing existed in old games, but it wasn't as prominent. So Sagat's crouching heavy punch just recovered so fast. It was so hard to whiff punish, and it had like one of the best, priority moves in the game, which basically meant it just had a great hitbox to hurtbox ratio. So he just killed everybody by hitting standing heavy punch and crouching heavy punch a bunch of times. And then he had the Tiger Raid level 3, which is like one of the best supers in the game. because it hits low, and if he starts it and you're still standing, you can't crouch in time because it animates before you can start moving. So if he does empty low jump into Tiger Raid, you just get hit while standing up. And then on top of that, putting him in K Groove was really, really good. And yeah, and his level 3 Tiger Raid, safe on block, by the way, safe on block for being like one of the craziest supers in the game. So yeah, I think most of the Rashid players are using secondaries now. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know, I think Gachikun did switch. We'll see when I get to him. Dual Kevin now has a JP, specifically for Zangief. I think his JP is strong enough that he can use him against other characters. But yeah, Rashid just hasn't had the same kind of strength as Comrade Tyrone is pointing out over here. I like Big Bird switching to Sagat. And, in this era, where people are playing for life-changing money, I'm actually kind of getting frustrated watching players who are so good, not using the better characters here. Now, obviously in Street Fighter 6, the difference between where Sagat, Mai, Ryu, Ed, I forgot who the Blanca, those 5 characters, where they are compared to the people under them, it's not a huge gap. You don't have, Big Bird can do great with just Rashid. But if one of those top tier characters can fit your style, or if you're just one of those players who can play anybody, and now you're just amazing because you are just a really strong player, I don't see why not to do that. And, I had been very critical of the US region for that very reason, because we have no JPs that are at this level. Again, I'm not trying to talk shit to the good Rashid JP players, to the good Ryu players and the good Mai players in the US, but why isn't Dual Kevin, Knuckle Do, Punk? Because it's not only just important to give yourself the better chance to win, but you also learn how to fight that character, and you help everybody else in the US learn how to fight that character. So it's important to have that. When you go to EU, you go to Japan, Mai comes out, Mai's kind of broken, and a bunch of players are like, all right, I'll play Mai. And so you got, when Bison first came out in Street Fighter 6, everyone in Japan played Bison. When Akuma came out, they all played Akuma. They will have the experience on how to beat that character more so than what we go through a lot in the US. So again, all the players who are playing those characters, they're very strong, but we don't have enough. For how good those characters are, we don't have enough. We need more experience, in my opinion. So I like it when the players are actually using these strong characters here. Dalsim is not considered a strong character, but he's getting up there. And some people are like, bro, he is secretly top 10 right now, and people don't understand. Which I am inclined to agree, but because he hasn't had that results, and I just know that Dalsim is always a, no pun intended, a slow burn character, even if we never get a patch, and I truly believe Dalsim will end up in top 10, I won't put him in top 10 right now because it's just not proven yet, right? So the potential is clearly there, but it's just not proven yet. But yeah, so I'm really excited to see what Big Bird is going to do. Obviously, if he can make it there, all of us, please, send all the positive energy to Big Bird and Angry Bird that they can actually make it to Japan and compete. I'm excited to see what Big Bird can do with Sagat, because I think that's a great choice, and I think that's a good character for him. So that Knuckle Do transition was amazing, but we'll talk about that when we get to Knuckle Do. Big Bird will be going up against YHC Mochi, who was part of the Street Fighter League team with Kawano that won last year, so he got qualified automatically here into Capcom Cup 12. He is, speaking of Dalsim, one of the best Dalsims on the planet. His Dalsim is kind of ridiculous, and make no mistake of it, the strength of a Dalsim character, and this is where Filipino Champ excelled at the most, right? And why Filipino Champ and Dalsim work so well is that Dalsim is a pure frustration character. Right now, as we know him with all the systems in Street Fighter 6 and stuff like that, Dalsim is not broken. He's not top tier by any stretch, but if a player uses Dalsim correctly and the opponent doesn't have the discipline and the patience, and yes, these are all world-class players, but you have to understand, Dalsim excels at just frustrating the hell out of people. I've seen it so many times where the first game against the Dalsim player, like, they're doing all this crazy careful stuff. They're like whiff punishing his limbs, and they have all these Dalsim specific counters. And then the set goes on, and by the time you get like late in the thing, they're just like, oh, and they jump over an OD slow, horizontal fireball, which you should just like never do against Dalsim because you are not winning that exchange. Like, you can see so many players just eventually they're just like, dude, I can't do this anymore. Like, this character has the ability to ruin anyone's day, especially in the hands of a player like YHC Mochi, who's been playing Dalsim forever. And so going back to the Filipino champ thing, that's why Filipino champ's Dalsim was so scary in Street Fighter 4, because he would do things like taunt, and he would do things like, teabag or whatever like that. Like, he added his frustration factor to the character with the highest frustration factor, and that made that combination super deadly. Mochi is not going to be, playing up the antics outside of that, outside of the game and stuff. But again, the character just has that ability. Anybody who's played a long set against Dalsim, you feel it. By the time you get late, like by the time you're like in your like 7th game, you're just like, I'm so tired of trying to get in on Dalsim. Like, this is just, like, I have to work so hard. It's so annoying. Like, even if you win the rounds and like win the games, like you win 3 in a row against a Dalsim, and then the 4th one you start losing, and then by the time you get to the 5th game, you're just like, I'm so sick of doing this. Like, this is just like, I hate this. Like, this is what Dalsim does to you, which is why I do think he gets better as time goes on, because not only do the Dalsims figure out more tech, but all the other characters get solidified. And Dalsim is a counter character, right? So if the opposing characters aren't perfectly like optimized, if they're not quite optimized yet, it actually kind of makes it a little bit weirdly harder for Dalsim to fight them. But as people get better at characters and the character's game plan gets more refined and gets more sophisticated, it actually becomes more easy for Dalsims to start beating them, because now they can look for specific things and have the counters for that. It's really weird. Like, Dalsim by nature, as long as he can compete, just gets better naturally over time. It's crazy. Yeah, Dan FMP. Dude, like, seriously, a set versus Dalsim is exhausting. It's so tiring. It's crazy. So, and then YHC Mochi, as you can see, 45 years old, man has been playing Dalsim forever. Dude, if I'm not mistaken, this is the same is this the same YHC Mochi who qualified in the GameStop tournament for Street Fighter 4? Because a Dalsim player from Japan, and I want to say it's Mochi, and I can't remember if it was exactly him or not, but this guy has been playing Dalsim like forever. Let's see, Topanga League, Super Battle Opera. Okay, it might not have been YHC Mochi. Let me see if I can find out, actually. Let's do this. Oh, it's on here in the Liquipedia. Nice. Oh, okay, my bad. It's Io. Io was the Dalsim player from Japan. So, my bad. It was not YHC Mochi. Yeah, I was like, was that him? I can't remember. So, yeah, that was Io. So, YHC Mochi, though, I mean, if you look at his results, like in Street Fighter 5, for example, I mean, look at this guy. I mean, he's been playing since the beginning of Street Fighter 5, all the way through Street Fighter 6, but he has been one of the best Dalsim players for quite some time. So, this is going to be a tough one for Big Bird, especially if, he's kind of new to Sagat. Because one of the hardest things about Dalsim always is that Dalsim is never easy to play. He's always hard to play. And the Dalsims who get good play him really well. But that also means you don't have anyone to practice against. Let's put it this way. I would not be surprised to see Big Bird use Rashid against Mochi in this first round. It's 3 out of 5. So, you know, it's going to be 3 out of 5 the whole way until the finals bracket, which is going to be 5 out of 9. But I wouldn't be surprised if Big Bird starts with Rashid against Mochi. But Mochi, yeah, definitely nothing to like be like, oh, okay, whatever, Dalsim. Like, that's going to be a tough one here. So we've got Sahara and Shaka to start here, right? So let's go to Sahara over here. Sahara, as you can see, 21 years of age, very, very young player, qualified from UFA, but like, that's not like the most impressive thing about Sahara. Sahara has been dominating in that Japan World Warrior. Like, the Japan World Warriors, keep in mind, have like 1,000 entrants, right? So if I go to the results page here on Wikipedia, and if I go to the first Japan World Warrior over here, so I'm going to click on this. I mean, yeah, look at that. Look at the first Japan World Warrior. It says that he finished 257th. Oh my God. That's ridiculous, dude. If we look over here, yeah, there was 2,357 signups. 2,357 signups for the first Japan World Warrior. But then he qualified from UFA and he kept playing. He just kept playing, right? And so if you look at this, he won World Warrior Japan 3 and World Warrior Japan number 4. He won back-to-back Japan World Warriors. Now, these didn't have 2,000 entrants or whatever like that, but I mean, this one had 1,468, and this one had 1,254. So, you know, it was still kind of stacked. And, you know, with as much talent as there is in Japan, like, to win back-to-back with Ed is crazy. And Sahara's Ed is, like, ridiculous. Like, when you hear other players talk about what Sahara does with Ed, like, people are just like, he's so fast. So this is a scary player here. He might be one of the favorites from the Japan region completely. And keep in mind, too, if I come here to the players over here, and this is because, you know, they were able to travel to a lot of the, like, the premieres and stuff. But if you look at this, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here, let's just do this, actually. I can do this. So I will sort top column here, and I will do current residence here. And sort like this. Look how many Japan players there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 players, if you want to count Lashar as the 15th player. Obviously, Lashar is originally from South Korea, moved to Japan. So if you want to count him as Japan as well, there's like 15 players from Japan over here. And I'm telling you that Sahara might have the best chance out of all the Japanese players. Like, that is the kind of, like, how high I consider this guy in terms of how good he is and, you know, his potential and just, you know, how scary he is as a player. I really think that this guy is, like, ridiculous. So, you know, I didn't put his Akuma as a secondary because when I looked at all of his plays recently, he was only using Ed. But you are right. I can definitely add that in there. And again, dude, I love my spreadsheet. So, like, I'll do that, and now, hey, look, Akuma's there. There it is. So there you go. It just got put in there. So yeah, so this guy, I mean, whoo, boy, he is gonna have a very, very strong, pretty sure. So Comrade Tyrone says, pretty sure Torameshi would have qualified for points instead of Higuchi if Sahara was not there. Like, he had already qualified. He was just there to ruin people's days. But the practice that you get playing through a tournament like that, you know, especially in Japan, is just too valuable, right? Like, so you can't just be like, Sahara's a jerk. He gatekept everything. Nah, dude, like, it's practice. It's so useful, you know? It's something that you gotta do, honestly. Because he got to play against a lot of strong players and such. So yeah, I'm not mad at Sahara for gatekeeping at all. It's just one of those things that you want to do. But he's going to be going up against Dalsim in the form of Shaka. If you guys aren't familiar with Shaka, Shaka is a player from Argentina. Shaka is a player from Argentina, and remember, he was on Street Fighter League EU, Pro US. Did I say EU? Jesus. He was on the Pro US team of 2Game. So he was playing alongside Blas and Juninho Raz and the DJ player that I, for some reason, can't remember the name of right now because, like I said, I'm terrible with names. And you have to understand, guys, like, I hate that I'm terrible with names. It makes me feel so bad. Let's see here. The 2Game with Brian Job. Okay. Shaka did really well, and, you know, as I said, Dalsim is a tough character to fight against, and Shaka's Dalsim is very, very strong. And so he made it out of South America East, and again, remember, South America is really on the come-up here. The players that they are showing off now are very, very strong. That 2Game team did really well. Remember, they were in the Street Fighter League finals. They were in second place, so they only needed to win one set to go up against the Bandits team. Unfortunately for them, FlyQuest ended up taking it with the epic Blas versus Psycho match. And so they actually got eliminated in third place for Street Fighter League. But, you know, Shaka was a large part of that with the Dalsim. So, again, like, this is not a player that you can just kind of sleep on. The scary part right now, honestly, is that he is going up against Sahara, right? And the way that Sahara has been playing and the kind of technology that this guy uses in matches and such is it's going to be a tough one for Shaka, like, no doubt. Like, I want to talk up all the players here, and Shaka is a very strong player. But Sahara, like I said, if I'm going to say that I think he has the best chance out of all the Japanese players, you know, like, I gotta stick to those guns, man. Like, this is going to be a tough match for Shaka. It's going to be a very, very tough match for him. I hope he has a lot of Ed players and Akuma players that he can practice against to you know, get good at this matchup. But again, Sahara is just one of those players that, like, you can mimic the Ed, but you can't mimic the Sahara. Shaka is going to be very strong. He may have to go through the loser's bracket to do some damage if he can't upset Sahara in the first round. And again, don't get me wrong, nothing against Shaka, but I would say that, you know, whoever went up against Sahara would be an underdog. He's going to have to, I mean, it would be an upset if Sahara lost in the first round because, again, Sahara is just on fire right now. The other side of the bracket is NL and Jobby M. So if we go over here to NL, boom, and Jobby M. NL, I mean, it's interesting. Like, I'm not going to be like, God, if you don't know who NL is, you've been sleeping under a rock, you know, like for like Fudo and such. But at the same time, like, NL has been such a presence in fighting games for such a long time. I mean, since the beginning of Street Fighter V. You know, and I'm pretty sure he was playing during Street Fighter II era, but it was NL and Verloren as the two South Korean Kami players that just came out right when Street Fighter V started and were just doing work. And since then, NL has had one of the most impressive runs. If you look at NL, like, yeah, he's been in Capcom Cup 2018, 2019, 2022, and 2023. Right, he missed last year, unfortunately, but he's been in there a lot. And I remember too, he was just shy of making it, and he was kind of crestfallen when he didn't make it. So, you know, I felt really bad for NL. He can fall to his own emotions. I still remember at one of the Capcom Cups after he lost, I was sitting in the players' room because I wasn't commentating at the time, and NL just lost. And he just walked into the players' room, like, put his stick down next to him, and he was just like, you know, head down in hands, and he was just like so frustrated. This was in the group stage, and I think he thought like that was going to be the end of him or something like that. Like, oh my God, he lost or she lost. And I just looked at him and I was like, hey, like, I was like, don't worry, man, you got this. I was like, you'll do fine. You know, in broken like in trying to make him because he doesn't speak English, right? I was like, a lot of hand gestures and stuff. And then he went out there and, he beat Momochi, and put Momochi on the chopping block, which Mono then saved Momochi in that tournament. NL has been doing this. And remember, he won CEO 2025, right? No, he got second place at CEO 2025. Blew up Punk in the losers finals and eventually ended up losing to Lashar, who had just come off of the combo breaker win. So Lashar was on fire at that time, but NL got all the way to second place. Obviously a veteran. You can see 40 years old over here. So very, very strong player. Again, another one of the great players from South Korea. And as I mentioned before, no one has still updated me on where did Verloren go? I really liked his Cammy. I was really a fan of his Cammy. But NL is one of those players. I was talking about this. I don't remember if it was before this official stream started or not, but, we were talking about, oh yeah, it was during the stream here because I was talking about this with Big Bird. You can't just pick top tier unless you have, it has to play to your style and it has to be a character that you enjoy. If you don't enjoy the character, it's hard, right? Or, like I said, unless you're just one of those players that just seems to be able to pick top tier and do really well with them, NL is one of those players. He's been sticking with the Akuma. I'm surprised he hasn't gone to Ryu. I wouldn't be... So again, what we have listed here, we don't know what anybody's been doing in the past few months. NL could be learning a new Ryu. He could be learning Sagat. He might just show up at Capcom Cup and be like, Sagat, or he'll be like, oh, Ryu, and he might surprise us. Or Mai, I wouldn't be surprised if NL just bust out a Mai out of nowhere. So NL right now, he's going to be a scary person to fight against here. Jabi M from South Africa, winning the world region down there. It's been really cool to see Jabi M's story, Thanks to World Warrior, we learned, more about the scene, because if I'm not mistaken, thanks to World Warrior, Jabi M, there was some event, it might have been the World Warrior, and he made it into Capcom Cup. I think that's what it was. He made it into Capcom Cup, and then everybody was like, oh, wasted spot, people being jerks and stupid and all that stuff. If you think any of these spots are wasted spots, you're stupid because look what Blas did last year, right? Jabi M, then Red Bull ran a Kumite in South Africa. And Jabi M, was their star player and beat Tokido in the tournament. And this is when Tokido was considered one of the best in Street Fighter 6 very early on. And so Jabi M ended up beating him. And since then, he has consistently been in every single Capcom Cup from his region. He has been really, really strong. And I'm also really proud of him and happy for him because in Street Fighter League Pro EU, he got to lead the first African team. One of the players wasn't from Africa. He lives in the UK, although I think Joker Jokes was born in Cameroon. I believe Joker Jokes was born in Cameroon and eventually moved to the UK, if I'm not mistaken. But Jabi M got to lead the Goliath Gaming team, as you can see is his sponsor over here, which was, a representation of Africa's FGC. And you remember one of the things that I did for the UCTV Awards last year was... I was like, we need to support the Africa regions more. And he was the captain of the team, and you could see how he was, he was very mature and he would give a lot of advice, and, he handled that role really, really well. Jabi M is a player that, I love his story, that he's gotten into this position here. And yeah, every year he comes in here, and he was one of the first players that went to Terry. Even before Terry got his buffs, when everybody was like, Terry sucks, Jabi M had switched to Terry before that. And he was playing Terry and was doing pretty well with him. Then obviously Terry got buffed, and now so Jabi M has actually a really, really strong... I know Hurricane is from Cameroon. Okay, maybe I was getting the storylines mixed up, but I remember Joker Joke saying that, he is officially one of he is officially he was born in Africa. I love seeing the growth. I love seeing the role that he's playing. I love that he's helping bring more eyes to the African FGC. And like I said, he's a very, very strong player. And this is going to be an interesting one here, right? Because like I said, NL is very good, but, you know, can have the ups and downs. And Javi M has just continually gotten stronger and stronger. This is going to be, I think, a well-contested first-round match here in group number D. I've only gone through 4 groups. There's 12, so let's just keep going. Let's just keep doing this. Yon Angel going up against Kaba. So Yon Angel is an interesting story here because he's kind of like a player. He's pretty new, if I'm not mistaken. If you actually look at this, like, he doesn't have any results at all. Like, even in the first season of Street Fighter 6. Like, he has no results in 2024. 2023. He has no results in 2023 at all. So, like, I'm not sure what this guy's background actually is. I also don't know what his... I don't have... The Wikipedia page doesn't have any information on his birthday, so I don't know how old he is either. Okay. But regardless, I mean, you can see how strong... I guess I shouldn't call him Yon Angel if he's German. So, like, I'm just so used to seeing the word angel and saying Angel now. So he's from Germany. So how would you pronounce that? Inga? I don't know. I don't know German very well. So, doesn't have most online tournaments. Got you. But as far as I can tell here, like, he just started showing up on the scene and going to the offlines and playing in the World Warriors in 2024. But as you can see right here, you know, crossover 2024, he got tied for 5th place over here. Ultimate Fighting Arena had a little bit of trouble, but, you know, he ended up losing to Random. So Random is like one of the best Manons, right? Like, he's amazing Manon from Germany as well. And, you know, for season 2, you can see here, you know, doing well in the local events here and stuff like that. But, you know, in Ultimate Fighting Arena and Kings of the World, not as great. Tied for 49th, tied for 65th. And then all of a sudden, like, I don't know what happened, because it looks like he's been using season 2 JP had problems, okay? Let's be honest, all right? Like, season 2 JP wasn't as good as he is now. But I don't even think a character getting buffed like that is going to be enough to, like, suddenly make you start winning everything. But, you know, he started winning everything, right? Gigi Halibel, who qualified last year, he was the qualifier from last year, you know, beat him in the next one, you know, for 4th place. And then he won 1st place in the number 3 one, beating Random. And then in the 4th one here, he got 3rd place. And then in the regional finals, he actually ends up winning the whole entire tournament, beating Railgun. However, that's not like the most significant thing here. The most significant thing here is that if you go to the regional finals here, right at the very end of at the winners finals, goodness gracious, what is happening here? If you actually look over here, he did beat Random 3-2 in winners finals. So, you know, he beat Random. Railgun then beat Random 3-2. So he ended up fighting Railgun. And he took him out 3-0, okay? So he took him out 3-0. So clearly, there's been some leveling up here for Yon Angel. How would I pronounce that in German? Like, I see that and I just want to say Yon Angel because, like I said, when I see Angel now, I always want to say Angel. But regardless, like, he clearly leveled up a lot. The reason why I feel like he's kind of coming out of nowhere is because the Wikipedia page has, like, no information on him. There's, like, no information on him, right? Like, I don't know what his, you know, I don't know what his name is, I don't know how old he is, etc., etc. So, and in fact, if you actually go to the Wikipedia page that he's on, literally, his page is a player stub. He just has the results, and that's it. Because, like, to me, it feels like he is a much you know, a newer player who has really just grown and just gotten better from the past 2 years. So I'm really excited to see how he's going to do, how he's going to, you know, do to represent Germany. He's going up against Kaba. So Kaba, obviously from the Dominican Republic, always been one of the strongest players from the Dominican Republic, arguably the strongest player from the Dominican Republic right now. But Kaba, very, very strong player. He obviously won for Central America East in the World Warrior. Young player, very, very strong. We saw him perform extremely well in the Street Fighter League as well. Part of the Bandits gaming team that ended up winning Street Fighter League. And, you know, you could just be like, Mena carried. No, they all did work. Everybody on that team did some serious work, including Kaba. The part that actually worries me the most personally is the Guile part. It's weird to say, because on paper, every single time a patch comes out, like, Guile always seems like, what? Like, they buffed this thing, they did that. Like Guile gets better on paper, like, all the time. but Guile's results are not good in tournaments right now. In fact, I think Kaba is overachieving with Guile right now. I honestly do think that, you know, we'll see what happens in the, you know, if there is a patch with Alex. We're still not even sure. Did they say? No, they said the Alex patch was going to include balance changes, right? I hope so. Anyways, you know, as annoying as Guile is, and as many people hate fighting Guile, and a lot of people out there who hate Guile are like, what? I don't have as much faith in Guile as I used to in the past. And so, you know, I think that might be his biggest weakness. And, you know, he has to go up against a JP. First thing in the morning, he has to go up against a JP. And it's just like, oh God. While I will say that Guile players have gotten very good at fighting against JP because they just know how to, you know, they don't sit back and try to throw sonic booms. They will rush in a lot more, and, you know, they will try to play a little more aggressive. It's still not, like, in Guile's favor. Like, it's still a matchup that, you know, JP, in my opinion, wins, right? Like, you have to be like a Kaba and a Knuckle Do, you know, that kind of thing to be able to beat the JPs. Fortunately for Kaba, he is a Kaba. So he is a Kaba or a Knuckle Do. So, you know, he will have a good chance of, you know, being able to beat Yon Angel. Sorry. If Yon Angel ever watches this, I super apologize that I keep flubbing his name. But, you know, very, very strong player. So I think I think this is going to be a good matchup. This is going to be a really good matchup. I'm curious to see how this matchup goes. But on the other side is Dak Corgi and MenaRD. Like, you know, obviously, you know, it's just one of those situations where, like, I want to just be like, Dak Corgi, like, this is like, yeah, oh, he's so good and blah, blah. But, you know, he's going up against MenaRD, who, like, has just been killing everybody. I mean, he won Evo Japan and Evo Worlds in the same year. Then his team won Street Fighter League Pro US, and like MenaRD is just like on top of the world right now. Like, I don't think there's anybody out there who would be like, yeah, MenaRD isn't the current best player of Street Fighter 6. But like, how do you not say that MenaRD is like not the strongest player right now? Honestly. But this is not about MenaRD. Let's talk about Dak Corgi here. So Dak Corgi, also from South Korea, he won through the World Warrior over here by winning the regional finals. Dak Corgi has a really interesting history with Street Fighter because this is a name that I feel like I've been seeing for quite some time. But if you actually look at Dak Corgi's record over here, like if we look at Dak Corgi over here and I go to the results and I click on Street Fighter 5, like, there's not much going on over here. Like, he played in 1 year of the World Warrior in 2022 and like never got higher than 5th place or whatever like that. And like, he barely touched Street Fighter 5. Like, I feel like he hasn't played much of Street Fighter 5 at all. I remember too, if I go to show all, he has didn't he have a Street Fighter 4 result somewhere? I remember looking somewhere and I saw that he had even played during Street Fighter 4. Now, did I get him confused with somebody else? Because I looked somebody up and I could have swore he played Street Fighter 4 a long time ago, and it just looked like he just skipped Street Fighter 5. I remember now. What I looked up was CPT here, and then if I go to Capcom Pro Tour, was it 2018? I think it was. If you come over here, these are last chance qualifiers. Online, NA East, LATAM. God, was it Asia East? I think he was in Asia East somewhere. Actually, wait, is this Street Fighter 5? Oh, this is Street Fighter 5. Sorry, this is the wrong year, so it might have been 2017 over here. If I actually go to regional finals and stuff like, oh, not the regional finals, to actually go to these ones over here, I do believe I saw his name in one of these events over here. I remember seeing his name somewhere in one of these Asia events or something, or somewhere. I remember seeing Dat Corgi's name there. So I believe he has history in Street Fighter 4. And I think he just didn't really play much of Street Fighter 5. God, am I confusing him with someone else that was in this list? Oh, I'm kind of mad at myself right now because, again, this is just my brain. I do this a lot, so I apologize to Dat Corgi if I'm getting his entire history incorrect right now. But, again, like, it was kind of a similar situation for Dat Corgi in terms of Street Fighter 6. You could kind of just see how much he continued to improve over the years over here. In 2023, I mean, he got first place over here, but then in 2024, like, yeah, he didn't really play much. He didn't even play in the CPT World Warrior stuff, so he really didn't play much. And then in 2025, he just kind of came out the gate and started doing really well here. But what I'm most excited about is that he is a Viper player. And he won the South Korea regional finals with Viper. So, you know, he was using Mai, he was using Cammy and Mai, he was using Mai, he was Mai and Cammy, etc., etc. But it seems like he has really kind of fallen in love with the Viper. So I think he might be our sole Viper representative here. And I'm really excited to see what he can do with that. All my notes are in my head, although recently I've started trying to take as many notes as possible with a lot of the characters for stuff that I'm learning, because there's just, Street Fighter 6, there's just too much to learn. There's too much to learn and to remember in your head. So I've been writing down a lot of stuff for characters recently. But I'm really curious to see what he's going to be able to do with Viper. And then I remember looking it up and being like, oh, he's relatively new. And then I was like, and then I distinctly remember seeing a Street Fighter 4 result and being like, oh, I see. So he's a player that played a long time ago and just like didn't play Street Fighter 5, but now he's back with Street Fighter. I have this memory in my head right now, and it might I might be confusing it with one of the other players that I looked up the information for. So again, super apologize if I'm getting all this information wrong. But regardless, you know, Dat Corgi, I want to see what his Viper can do. He has the super unfortunate, like, Herculean task of going up against MenaRD over here. I mean, do I even need to say anything about MenaRD? Like, if you're watching this and you don't know who MenaRD is, like, what? What? You know, like, literally the most decorated player in Street Fighter 6 right now. And keep in mind, he was a Street Fighter 5 Capcom Cup champion as well. Only person who has ever won 2 Capcom Cups, and in 2 different games, and has won Evo Japan and Evo Worlds in the same year. Like, this guy is, like, ridiculous, right? So MenaRD is, like, he is just, I mean, I don't even know. Like, I feel like anything I say about him right now would be a disservice. Because I don't know if I can put into words quite, like, properly of how strong and how good MenaRD is. Really, like, this guy is ridiculous at this point. And it's not even just, you know, in the game either. He's doing such amazing stuff outside of the game. someone in the chat mentioned earlier, and if you guys didn't see it, like he is literally one of the co-owners now, or just like one of the heads of Bandits Gaming, and they just signed Enzo the Hokage, which is really awesome to see. Like giving Enzo the Hokage an opportunity like this, I think is amazing. But MenaRD, like every time he wins something, and then when he like sits down and gives a speech, you're like, oh, I can't wait to hear the trash talking of it. Then his speeches are always like the most wholesome thing. And he's just like, all I want to do is give back, not just to the Dominican Republic, to the scene out there, but like to all the fighting game players. I want people to, like really like, I want like to give back to the scene that has given me this opportunity and stuff. And like, dude, like this is like one of the most like wholesome, amazing, like, he's got his head on straight, right? Like with the accomplishments that he has every right to just go around and just talk just enormous amounts of shit to everybody. And while he will do that when he has the proper rivals, like when you actually talk to him about this, about what fighting games mean, and he recognizes like the opportunities that the fighting games have given him, like he has his head on straight, and he is so mature, for being like, I mean, obviously 26-year-old, you hoping that they're mature, but like he feels like even beyond that, like he just has like such a strong understanding. And honestly, like I have never seen, like everybody says this about him, that they have never seen anybody with the work ethic towards fighting games that MenaRD has. Like he's just thinking about it. He's always practicing. He's always like, well, other players will just kind of be like, yeah, I'm good. Like, I think I can come in here and win. Like when Mena loses to a character, like dude, he will like study that matchup to like the ends of the earth. This guy is just, he is so, I mean, the only way, the way that I can put it that makes sense to me, but again, like, it just depends on if you're a fan or not or whatever, but like, he's the closest thing to a Kobe Bryant in the fighting game community that I feel like we've ever had. That whole Mamba mentality thing where like Kobe just doesn't take a break, like everything is serious, and like he has to study everything, and if he loses to this, he just like researches it and finds a counter to the counter. Da, 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 da. Like he has that Mamba mentality that I don't think I've ever seen in like almost any other fighting game player. He is crazy with how dedicated he is. And I say crazy as a complete compliment, because anybody who becomes this good at anything has to be kind of crazy. You kind of have to be a little crazy. And so, I think MenaRD is like the perfect amount of crazy to just be on this level above so many other people, honestly. So, is he one of the favorites to take Capcom Cup this year? Absolutely. Absolutely. The biggest thing that he ran into this year was Ending Walker at EWC, when Ending Walker actually 5-0'd him in the finals bracket. But Ending Walker also had the benefit of Problem X, who also learned Blanca, right? So, Ending Walker had a lot more Blanca experience. But does that mean, if you understand Blanca, you can blow him up? No, like I said, like, MenaRD studied the hell out of that match. Like, he will be prepared next time, and that's just the kind of person that MenaRD is. Like, there is no point at which I don't think that he probably just, like, went and just, like, studied the hell out of that matchup. I think MenaRD is kind of like a generational talent, like, like a once-in-a-lifetime kind of player here. But what I like about it, and I'll end on this, because this might be one of the strongest compliments I can give MenaRD. I love what MenaRD is doing, because he is laying down the blueprint of what players have to do in the future to win these tournaments. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of players out there that are studying very hard and practicing all the time. But Mena just takes this to another level. His dedication to this, the way that he looks at it, like this is not like, wow, I'm happy I can play fighting games for a living. No, this is like, this is my life. Like, this is what I do. This is who I am. And the way that he approaches it, the seriousness and the, keep in mind, I'm not saying like he's like, sucks all the joy out of the room, because he's also a really funny guy and he jokes around a lot and stuff, But the way that MenaRD sees all of this, he is on another level, and it really is like he is setting kind of the bar for everybody else in the future to measure up to. Like, MenaRD is this dedicated to winning. If I want to be like MenaRD, I have to dedicate myself like that. And it's really cool to see. The scary part is, can the ecosystem survive, right? Like, again, that's a whole nother conversation with all the news that we've gotten recently and such. But, like, as long as this ecosystem maintains and can provide, prize money that, can sustain people and such, he is now the bar. And so, to be that player, and it happens in almost every sport, right? When Michael Jordan started doing the things that he was doing, he kind of set a new bar. The previous bar was set by like Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, previously by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, et cetera, et cetera. There will always be people that are going to set the next bar. And I think MenaRD really is one of like the most important bars being set. Like, he's basically saying, look, if this FGC is like going to continue and this is how Capcom Cup is, this is the level of dedication and skill and research that because people have told me, like, when he's not playing, like, he's just thinking about it all the time. And in fact, he spends more time thinking about the game than he actually does play the game, if I'm not mistaken. Because somebody asked him, like, percentage, like, what do you do? And, like, thinking about the game was the highest percentage. Like, when he's not playing the game, he's just always thinking about the game. So, yeah, well, MenaRD does do the thing where he doesn't play a lot online. Right, so there's a lot of lab monsters in Asia as well, for sure. But, like, the lab monsters and the skill level to execute that haven't merged like it has for MenaRD. MenaRD not only labs like crazy, but he is one of the best. Like, I can tell you right now, like, I will lab a character and you will be like, what the hell, James? Like, seriously, what the hell, right? I can't do it. I can't do it because I panic, I get nervous or whatever, and I'm emotional and whatever. Like, I can't play the game to that degree. I can research the hell out of it. So if I go to my Google Docs over here and I show you my Elena Oki guide, this is my Elena Oki guide. This is just for Oki, okay? This is just for, knocking people down. So like, here's like, this is just notes, but like in the corner, if I'm plus 39 and there's like, I have like listed ways that this happens. So plus 39, plus 34, plus 36, and plus 25 are the 4 most common pluses that she gets on Oki. And I have all this written down. Like, these are all the different things that she can do to mix up the opponent. She's also got plus 20. I've added some plus 22 because this is a heavy scratch wheel. And then plus 29 for the overhead target. I have the mid-screen Oki if you're plus 39, plus 34, plus 48. I love labbing this kind of stuff, I just can't do it. I just can't perform properly because I also am really bad at reactive fighting games. Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI are very reactive fighting games. I am not a reactive player. I play much better in the old style of games where it was more about anticipation and reads, and you're guessing ahead of time what they're going to do. I just played a fighting game, an older fighting game, online against somebody, and we played this ginormously long set, and I was just having a blast. Oh my God, I was having so much fun. And like every time like he would read me and stuff like that, I would just laugh. I would just be like, yo, good shit, you know, like, I don't know, like it just feels different, and it just plays to how I want to play fighting games so differently. Street Fighter V and Street Fighter 6 are very different, and you know, I'm not using that as an excuse why I can't play those games. In fact, understanding that they're a different game is what actually makes it so that I can play those games, that I do research and lab out all my Oki and stuff like that, because that's kind of how Street Fighter 6 is played in a lot of ways. If you want to get to the point where you could just coast your way to master and then like get into like the 1600s, like learning all that Oki kind of stuff and what your frame kills are can get you that far. In Street Fighter 6, that'll be a hard stop right there. You're gonna have to do a lot more to get better than that, to get into like the 1700s, etc., etc. But understanding that Street Fighter 6 has a lot of basis in that is what's gonna get you far quickly very early on. So God, but when I play old fighting games, it's just like, oh, it feels so good. Anyways, again, like, the kind of position that I'm in, it's very dangerous because it's so easy for me just to be stuck in nostalgia and be like, new bad, old good, new bad, old good. And I try to keep myself from doing that because, you know, the new is not made for me. It doesn't play to my style, but that doesn't mean it's bad. Right? I just have my preference. And again, you know, not to go into this side tangent again, but it's why I try to talk about fighting games the way I do, because I can recognize that. I'm not going to say because I'm not succeeding that this game is bad. I'm just going to say it doesn't play to my strengths. That's it. No judgment of the game's quality. It just doesn't play to my strengths. A lot of people enjoy it. Good. I'm glad different fighting games appeal to different people, because that means we can get as many people as possible enjoying fighting games. It's that simple. Oh, man. Can you explain again how unbelievably broken Replay Takeover is? And you know what? I will say, yes, Replay Takeover is so broken, and I don't use it, God damn it. I really just don't use it because it's not how my brain works. Like, it's so bad. Like, I can't. Like, I don't know what it is. It's like after I play a match online, like I don't even think about the replay. My brain has never been trained to even remember that a replay exists that I could analyze. It's really bad. Oh, man. All right, let's move on to group. Where were we? Wait, did I skip a group? Wait, what happened? Wait, what is... This is a different one, is it? Yeah, this is EWC, isn't it? No, this is Capcom Cup 12. Wait, what happened? Plaza Hot Dog, Kawano, Fudo Bravery. I did Big... So, I did that... Wait, did I accidentally skip? Because I did these guys, and then I went back to that Corgi and MenaRD? Did they just change the bracket and I don't know? Because I did Yoran, Angel, and... Dude, I'm so confused. All right, Dual Kevin and Pugera. We'll do Dual Kevin and Pugera. I'm so confused right now. I don't know what the hell just happened. All right, here we go. Okay. Dual Kevin. Dual Kevin is one of the rising stars of the US player. Obviously, one of the strongest currently, and he's been very, very strong for a while. But, you know, last year he worked really hard to get into like EWC and to get into Capcom Cup. He kept getting second places everywhere, and he still had to win the Midwest World Warrior at the end. This year he was rewarded because we did have the Premier system that gave points, so he actually finished 6th in points in the global leaderboard, so he qualified. Still unsponsored, like Petty says in the chat over here. But yeah, I mean, Dual Kevin, really, really strong. And, you know, like we talked about with Big Bird, you know, he still is mostly a Rashid player. And Rashid isn't as strong as before, but he has picked up a JP as well. And I think that's going to help a lot. Obviously, he has the JP, someone was telling me in one of the chats that he has the JP largely to fight against Zangief's, but Rashid, his JP is good enough that he can use it against all sorts of people. So I think it's a great pick. JP is clearly very strong, so I think that's a great pickup for him. But he's been so consistent. He has been so consistent this past 2 years, right? Like, I mean, if you look at this, Street Fighter 6, like at France, he was 5th place. Ultimate Fighting Arena is 13th place. Esports World Cup 25th. He was 13th at Esports World Cup 4th. Like, this guy's results have been so strong and so consistent for the past couple of years. And, I love seeing him continue to grow and get stronger and stronger. Player from the Midwest, and like I said, Dual Kevin always looks amazing until he gets put versus Zangief, says a comrade in the chat. Yeah, I mean, that's he picked up JP, right? So that's definitely going to help him in that situation. It's kind of a tough situation because, Rashid wants to be up close, fighting against you and stuff. So, like, Zangief can cause a lot of problems in that, in that way. And now with JP, he can just be like, look, I'm staying over here. I'm just staying over here. We call that drive impacts. Look, JV, like, I'll tell you this right now. The amount of times I have heard crashes on the freeway, because I live really close to the freeway, I have heard a lot of crashes in the time that I've been living in this home. I have heard a lot of crashes, and some of them are grotesque too. Like, you just hear screech crunch, screech crunch, screech crunch, screech crunch, and you're just like, oh my god, like, it's terrifying. But in any case, Dual Kevin has been one of the most consistent players and is clearly one of the strongest in the US right now. Obviously, like, I'm a little biased. I love watching Dual Kevin play. He's one of my favorite players. I always want him to win, like, all the stuff, He is so overdue, in my opinion, for a big win. And, he's definitely had some of those good wins here. Let me see. Which ones, like, in 2024? Whoops, this is Street Fighter 5. Oh, I need to click on the results tab is what I want to do. Street Fighter 6. So in 2024, he hasn't won a tier 1 event in first place. Like, tier 1 event, 2nd place. Tier 1, 3rd place. Tier 1, 2nd place. This is Capcom Cup 11. He kind of didn't do as well over here. 3rd place in Combo Breaker, tier 1. Like, he's always up there, tier 1. So he's always doing really, really well. But he just hasn't got that win. You know what I mean? Like, he just hasn't managed to be able to get that win. And I'm really excited to, I'm really excited to see it when Dual Kevin gets that win. Because I do think he's going to get one. I really do think he's going to get one. Right now, I feel like, he had a lot of success in 2024. Rashid was obviously a very strong character at the time. Since then, Rashid has gotten a little bit nerfed. He's still been able to do well with him. But, we'll see what happens with the next patch. And if not, maybe he sticks with the JP if JP doesn't get nerfed. And so, it's really crazy. Like, again, the character difference is not enough for me to be like, that's the key, switch characters. But at the same time, like, switching characters is kind of important at times. So it's weird. As I've said many, many, many times now, what we used to play in fighting games a long time ago is not the same as we do now, because life-changing money is on the line. Like, back in the day, you would have those crazy, like, low-tier heroes and stuff like myself, do really well at tournaments. And we just stuck that way because there was really, like, no real consequence, right? Like, you win a cool tournament, you got like $250 and not even that much, like, that's considered a huge haul back in my day, and it's different now. So, like, I feel like you kind of have to give yourself as much of a chance as possible. Pugera, dude. Was Pugera the one? I believe Pugera was the one that I was just looking at, and I was like, I don't even know who to put down as a secondary character, because Pugera, and he qualified from, he was part of the Good 8 squad that won along with Ano and YH Shimochi. I guess I did, yeah. I mean, oh, I see, these were recent tournaments over here. But he's been playing a lot of Sagat recently. I don't know why he doesn't have a lot of, like, results listed here. I thought Pugera was using a lot of Bison, wasn't he? I mean, a Sagat, wasn't he? Why did I write him down as Sagat? All right, I might have gotten my pages mixed up earlier. I'm so confused right now. I remember why. I remember why I wrote those names down. That's where I saw Dak Corgi as well playing Street Fighter 4. I was looking up YouTube videos. That's what it was. Okay, so I was like on YouTube. Well, actually, I just have the link over here. And when I looked up Pugera, see, now this all makes sense over here. So if I look up Pugera here, and then I do the filters here, so like upload dates. Oh no, wait, what I did was I sorted them. Where's the freaking, oh God, why am I so confused? Why can't I find the sort? Where is the goddamn sort? It's supposed to be here, right? Am I just like, dude, what the hell? Are they auto-compiled? Okay. Why can't I find a sort? Wasn't there a sort? Like you can sort by, anyways, let's try this year in any case. But yeah, like, so he's been playing Sagat. You know, Sagat. You know, oh, wait, why is it searching for Pugera Sagat? I didn't want to do that. I just want to look up Pugera. Oh, God, this is, all right. I apparently have not streamed in a while, so I am like really confused here. But yeah, like 2 months ago, he was playing Sagat. He's got the Jury over here. He's got the Sea Viper. So I also remember seeing a lot of Sea Viper videos. So here's a bunch of Sea Viper as well. Obviously, Jury is one of his favorite characters. So Jury might be, you know, one of his secondaries as well. But going through YouTube, it was the Sea Viper that I saw more of a little bit. So that's why I put him down for Sagat and Sea Viper. But maybe during the tournaments, he uses different characters. Maybe this is just only for his stream or something like that. But I remember him playing a lot of Sagat in tournaments. So and Sea Viper. I remember in some of the World Warriors that we did, like he was busting out the Sea Vipers and such. So that's what I'm listed as. Pugera is very, very strong, right? And this is going to be a tough first matchup for Dual Kevin. But I'm like so confused right now. I'm just like, what the hell am I thinking of at this point? But, you know, Sagat and Sea Viper, I mean, Sea Viper is debatable right now. Most people will tell you Viper is a little bit on the, like, maybe bottom half of the tier list at this point. And, you know, largely it's because he doesn't have an ODDP, which I still think is almost crucial for you to actually have. Yeah, Pugera, like, I'm really confused right now because I'm just like, so who is he gonna use? Pugera is very strong. You know, part of the Good 8 squad. They won a Street Fighter League last year. Has been doing really, really well in the Street Fighter leagues as well. So he's not gonna be an easy first opponent for Dual Kevin to fight against here, especially if he has like a really proficient Sea Viper as well, because like, again, we're kind of in this situation where like, there's not a lot of Sea Vipers out there. There's not a lot of Sea Viper players out there that play at the level of like a Pugera and such. And so Pugera has the potential here to catch a lot of people by surprise if he goes with the Viper, right? Like he could go with the Sagat. Obviously, Sagat's very strong, but because the narrative now is that Sagat is one of the best characters in the game, like a lot of people are going to know how to fight Sagat, and Viper might actually be a really good choice for him to go with for a lot of these matchups, just to throw people off guard, just to catch people by surprise. Whew. Yeah, I can't remember at this point, so that's my bad. My apologies. Again, I have these memories in my head. And like other people have been saying, I need to start taking notes down when I go through all these characters. So apologize once again to Pugera if I'm like kind of getting things confused in my head over here. But let's go ahead and move on to Group F over here with Kincho and Angry Bird. Again, yes, there's a high chance that Angry Bird might not even be able to make it, right? We don't know, unfortunately, because they haven't been able to get a flight to Japan at this point. So they're kind of still stuck in UAE, Big Bird and Angry Bird, which is a terrible situation. And I hope they can find a way to make it out. But let's talk about Kincho first. And Kincho is like the new hot shit. Like if fighting game players were a stock, in terms of Japan, like Kincho is one of the people that you buy right now, right? So, because his Terry has just been tearing it up. I did not mean to do that on purpose. It just, as soon as I was about to say tearing it up, it just like, I heard it. So, but like he has been doing so well at a lot of events, recently. Which is crazy too, because Blaz, I think, like beat him like 5-0 online or something like that, which is just absolutely ridiculous. He won the Japan Regional Finals. He got 3rd place in another one, and then 5th place in another one of the World Warriors. Ultimate Fighting Arena. Okay, he got like 25th place there, but he's been doing really, really well. And like, whenever like you see him playing on stream, like you hear a lot of people talking about like he is clearly like one of the strongest. And when people saw that Blaz beat him 5-0 in the exhibition, people were like really surprised because they're like, Kincho's so strong. But yeah, Kincho right now has been really kind of rising in the stocks in terms of players to keep an eye out for, and he is one of the strongest Terry players in Japan right now. And Terry is one of those characters that's right under the top 5. Like a lot of people have him in that 6 through 10 rank, and Terry is a very, very, very strong character. So, this is going to be one of those players that you're going to have to make sure you have your Terry experience to go up against Kincho, which I'm sure Angry Bird has, because, Angry Bird and Big Bird and a lot of the other UAE players, they one of the things that they're really good at is learning a bunch of different characters so that they can practice against the different characters. And again, Angry Bird is just, for a while, like, he really has been considered one of the strongest players in the world, starting with the first Street Fighter 6 EVO win, right? He's the first EVO World Champion for Street Fighter 6. I'm going to have to find a way to cover the mute button, because it's just like a touch button, right? It's like not actually, but it's just like a touch button, like a touch lamp. And so Nathan keeps hitting it with his nose, and so he keeps muting my microphone. But, Angry Bird, he's one of the strongest right now. His main is still Akuma, based off of Street Fighter League, and he's trying to learn Ryu, and he said his Ryu wasn't quite ready yet, but... And that's who he used. He used Akuma to beat Ending Walker in Street Fighter League EU. But I think by this point, his Ryu is probably ready to go. And so, yeah, Angry Bird with like a strong character like that. And yes, agreed. But Angry Bird, clearly one of the strongest that... did he say he's coming with a Mai? I don't remember him. I thought he was... Did he say that? I might have just missed it when he said that, because it took me a long time to get through SFL EU just because I was watching it in slow chunks and stuff like that. But, if he's coming into Mai, then yeah, okay. All right, okay. Again, Angry Bird is another one of those players, like, that is just so dedicated to the craft and, he, like I said, at one point in time, he was kind of considered to be the best player in Street Fighter 6, or at least like one of the best players. So this is going to be a tough match. as good as Angry Bird is, like I said, Kincho has been kind of on a tear recently, and placing that high in the Japan World Warriors is no joke. No joke. So this one is going to be this is one of those round one matches to watch. You know, this is going to be one of those first round matchups that a lot of people are going to be paying attention to. And then, sorry, I'm going to be moving a little faster here. Okay, Nathan, how does he know, like, the microphone? It's just that there's something standing here. So he's attracted to rub his head on that. He might know that because I'm always facing this and talking into it, that this is how he gets my attention or something. But, like, Nathan, no, not right now. Not right now, Nathan. Oh, see, he did it. His eyes were still open and closed because he thought I was going to pet him again. And so, like, he closed his eyes and I did it. And he was like, wait, what happened? All right. You know what I'm going to do, Nathan? I'm going to hold you right here while I continue to talk. Okay. So the next matchup that we're going to talk about here is Momochi and Tashi. So Momochi, you know, is another one of those Japanese players that everybody knows. So yeah, Momochi, obviously one of the most storied players from Japan. You know, one of the only players to win Capcom Cup and EVO within a calendar year. It wasn't a true in the same year, but he won Capcom Cup and then he won EVO the next year. And, you know, he was the one who, if I'm not mistaken, he's the one who originated the Ed Dream combo, right? Like, he's the one who came up with the Dream and the Shin Dream combo. So JNV's talking about it too. Did he popularize it, or did he actually just, like, was he the one who invented it? I'm not even sure. But he got in at third place with the leaderboard rankings. And again, that means he's the highest player to do that, because Blas auto-qualified it, and unfortunately, Punk had to drop out due to visa issues. So Momochi technically is the one with the most consistent results making it into Capcom Cup from the, you know, leaderboards. And yeah, he was one of the first players to really start popularizing Ed. Someone suggested something to him in chat, and Momochi proved it true, making dream combos. Lab Monster, like, one of the greatest strengths is that every time a character drops, he just labs the hell out of that character, then just plays the character online and, like, gets it to, like, legend rank, like, almost instantly. And just, like, really, like, I guess the best way to put it is that Momochi, every time a new DLC drops, plays that character with the almost, like, intention of that character being his main. Like, he will, like, that's the kind of dedication he will put into the character. You know, in the end, he might be like, okay, his character's not strong enough, move back to, you know, another character, whatever like that. But, like, that's the level of labbing and science that he puts into every character. Like, a new character drops and he's just, like, the best at that character, like, one of the fastest out of everybody, you know, like, consistently the fastest of becoming one of the best at any new character that drops. But yeah, Momochi, he's been playing for so long. He's like one of the legends. Like, he's your favorite player's favorite player. You know how people always kind of throw that moniker around? That's literally Momochi. Like, every player who's, like, super good, their favorite player is Momochi. It's like, it's always Momochi. Because, you know, he's so methodical, like, the way that he approaches the game, and he's just fun to watch, and he's just so strong. So, like, he's an easy player to root for, in my opinion. So, you know, Momochi he's just, at this point in time, like, he's clearly one of the legends. He's clearly one of the legends. Now, for Tashi here, Tashi is a new face. He won South America West. And honestly, like, the fact that I even found who his main character is kind of amazing. There is, like, nothing about this player anywhere. Like, it's so hard for me to find this. Oh yeah, so I think this is where I got DJ. I think I found one YouTube video that he was using DJ. I can't find this video anywhere. I can't find this video. It's like, I couldn't even find a place to watch this. But yeah, you can see like there's like not much results, and the only results are the World Warrior stuff. This Tashi is literally like the new kid on the block here. He is going to be, I mean, it's going to be tough for him because he's young, and this is, I mean, I'm going to make the guess, his first time traveling out of the country, and he's going to Japan to the Ryogoku Kugikan, which is going to, like, be very overwhelming and stuff like that. It's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard for him. And, you know, I really do hope that, you know, he doesn't get overwhelmed. The great thing is that everybody there, all the players, they usually are very kind and welcoming and friendly to all the new players and stuff like that. Forever Carlone, or is it Forever Carl 1? Are you Forever Carl 1, like a parody of Forever 21, but instead of 20, you're Carl, so it's Forever Carl 1? In any case, I don't have a lot of information on him. I really don't, but like, clearly he's very strong and he was able to qualify, and he did it with DJ. And again, I think DJ's a really good character. I think he's stronger than most people think he is. This was the player that I could not find any information on. And he's mad good. So last year, I think it was Ani who came in the chat and was like, don't sleep on Blas. And I was like, you're allowed to root for your Chilean countrymate. You know, you're allowed. And then she was 100% right. So I'm not going to doubt you at all forever. I'm not going to doubt you at all, because last time I thought it was a little bit of bluster. Like, I definitely was proven wrong. So I'm excited to see what Tasha can do. Like I said, one of the hardest things about it is going to be the bright lights kind of thing, right? So yeah, he's been to Evo. So he has traveled out of the country to Evo before. But, you know, Evo, you know, a lot of times you're just playing at your little pool stations. You may get on, you know, onto the stream and stuff. But like in Japan, you're going over there, you're doing all the photo shoots, you're doing all this stuff, and you're gonna, like, every match is just like highlighted. And I'm not saying this because I don't think he can handle it. I'm saying this because from a very realistic standpoint, this happens to a lot of players their first time at a Capcom Cup. And it's scary, right? And so, like, if Forever Carl, if you actually know, you know, Tashi really well, I mean, you know, feel free to you know, like, send him this message. Like, it can be very, very scary in that environment, but, you know, don't let it overwhelm you, right? Like, you are on a grand stage and you have the ability to show off what you do. The fact that you're there is an extremely, extremely big deal, right? It's not, I don't want to be like, you're a winner just by making it. You know, obviously you want to win as many games as you can and advance far and show yourself, you know, show what you can do and stuff, you know, but like, it is easy to get swallowed up in that kind of environment, especially, you know, with like the bright lights and stuff like that. The best way to get over that is, you know, one, keep doing it and you get used to it. But two, also realize you're going to Japan because of a video game? Like, how fucking cool is that? You're going to Japan to play this fighting game that you love in front of the company that, like, makes the game, on the stage with all these other people who are so good. Have fun. You are playing on the stage. Like, you should just be spending the entire time going like, this is awesome, and just play your heart out. You get to explore Japan. You get to try all the crazy Japanese food. You get to see all this different stuff. You know, like, go there and have fun. You are being flown to Japan on no cost of your own to play Street Fighter 6, something that you already enjoy. Like, you just got to go there and just have the biggest smile on your face the whole time. Have fun. Have a great time there. And I promise you, thinking about it that way will make you play stronger. So G and I are the top players in Venezuela. He tops consistently and is very professional with his training and preparation. Is he, who was the Venezuelan Cami that qualified last year? Oh God, why can't I remember his name? Who was it that qualified last year? The Cami player from Venezuela. Salvatore, yes, thank you. Yeah. So Salvatore also obviously a very, very strong player as well, right? Don't sleep on any of these South American players, man. Like, South America's strong, dude. And, you know, like, people might not talk about it a lot, but when you have good net code, like, that allows a lot of these regions like this to become even stronger because they can play against each other and they can play, you know, further away and stuff and actually get a lot more practice and stuff. Street Fighter V netcode, you know, held a lot of people back. It really did. So if he has a good mentor that can be mitigated, before that did not exist, yeah, absolutely. If you have somebody with the experience and can, you know, kind of talk to him and stuff like that, that would help. I'm not telling him not to take the tournament seriously. Absolutely take the tournament seriously. And you want to kick some ass and take some names and stuff like that. But have fun. Just have a fun time because there's a lot of cool things in Japan. And you're going to be able to experience a lot of things that you probably never thought that you would ever experience in your life. Honestly. And you get to do that because of video games? Like, that is just sick. That is just like the coolest thing ever. So make sure, you know, if he goes there, whether he does well or not, I hope he does well, you know, don't feel like, you know, he should never feel like, oh my gosh, I'm disappointing my crew in Venezuela or whatever like that. I'm sure you can vouch for this, Carl, but you guys are all super proud of him, you know, making it to Capcom Cup already, right? So I don't think there's any point at which you guys will be like, man, you didn't, you know, like, you guys are proud of him no matter what. And so, you know, just like I said, enjoy the experience. Enjoy the experience. And the most important thing is, if he enjoys the experience, because he was really sad after he lost the Ending Walker in one of the Capcom Cups for Street Fighter V. And I told him, I was like, dude, you made it here, you can make it again. And he's been in Capcom Cup literally every year until this year, unfortunately. But again, like, even if you don't perform to your expectations, that is just fuel for you to get back there and do better. And because you've been there once before, it will be much easier to get into the groove. Again, Juninho Raz, every year he went, his record improved in the round robins. Every year, he like, it just got better every single year. And so, you know, if he manages to go, even if he doesn't perform well, I'm not saying he isn't going to perform well, but even if it happens, like, don't let it hurt you. You know what I mean? Like, it's great experience. And you'll be back again. He's 21 years old. He's 21 years old. He's got a future. He's got a lifetime of Capcom Cups ahead for him, man. So, like, he'll be back. He'll be back. We couldn't be prouder of him, says Carl. That's awesome. And that's what matters in the end. That's the important part right there. So, Gotcha-kun and VX Bao. Gotcha-kun, one of the last remaining Rashid players. I completely forgot the other name already. VX Bao. This is what I mean. I tell you, like, my brain, like, I don't know what it is. It's ADHD. I know exactly what it is. It's ADHD. But Gotcha-kun qualified because he was part of the Street Fighter League World Championships. It was him, Pugera, Kawano, and YHC Mochi. He is probably, like, I mean, at this point in time, yeah, probably the best Rashid player on the planet. I don't know if he has a secondary character. I haven't seen him use a secondary character. But, you know, obviously he's a former Capcom Cup champion. So clearly he's very, very good. One of my favorite stories, because like he got invited. It was an invite. He got invited to Red Bull Kumite in France. I remember commentating that event, and he ended up getting second place only to Nemo. And he was like, huh, that was like, I won good money, and like I guess I'm good enough to actually like do well. And so he was like, okay, let's give this esports thing a chance. And that's what spurred him to actually try to give it a chance. And now, like, he's won a Capcom Cup. Like, he's amazing, right? Like, he's just really, really strong. So, you know, I'm really, really, you know, happy for Gachikun. He won Capcom Cup. He said he took that prize money back when it was only $250,000. And I think he said he bought a house for him and his wife and stuff like that. It's just like, that's those stories that, like, warm my heart, you know, that, you know, this like, I'm gonna say it, like this really goofy, dorky hobby that, you know, so many of us enjoy was able to, you know, get someone like Gachikun something so cool like this. You know what I mean? I think is wonderful, honestly. And it always makes me happy that, you know, they get like that we can keep doing this year after year after year. But, you know, again, Gachikun, like I said, probably the best Rashid right now, but you know, Rashid has definitely fallen off a little bit. But, you know, when I say these things, you know, these are characters that can clearly still win. And so, you know, obviously, Gachikun with this Rashid still has a very, very strong chance of making it very, very far in this tournament. He's going up against VX Bao. I have his birth year, but I don't have his birth date. So he's either 27 or 28. This is another one of those players that, like, I wasn't sure who to put in the main and the secondary, because he also plays Mai, and so like he has a JP as well. Like, I don't even know where to, like, what to put. I just have him as M Bison and Ed for now. A lot of the recent videos I saw of him were using Ed, but during Street Fighter League, I think it was M Bison that he played the most. So that's how I have it listed for now. I don't, like, he plays like 4 or 5 characters, right? So it's really hard to pinpoint which characters he's going to be using. But he qualified from the Asia region, you know, strong player from China, one of the strongest players from China. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the only player from China besides Shanghai, right? Oh, no, Jiewa's here. Of course, Jiewa. Okay, yeah, I can't forget about Jiewa. But, you know, that is one of the scariest things about VX Bao, is that he can throw any look at you. Like, at any point in time, you're like, okay, like, who do you study to go up against? Like, you have to go up against VX Bao. You have to study M Bison, JP, Ed, Mai. Like, you just have to, like, have this giant wealth of characters, you know? But if he hasn't, and he's just Rashid, like, VX Bao has the pick of the litter. Like, whatever character he feels most comfortable fighting against Rashid, like, he just gets to pick that character, you know? So VX Bao, not one of the players that you want to run into. I'll call him Chinese Lex, and I'll also call Lex American VX Bao. I don't know why, like, it's the hair, obviously, that makes me, like think of them as similar and such. VX Bao, Gachikun. I think this is going to be a dangerous first match for Gachikun, in my opinion. Like, I'm not saying that Gachikun is like the underdog or has the disadvantage here. Like, if you force me to pick one of the two, I would have to, like, go and do research and like actual, like, legit, like, look up their history, like, all this stuff to try to pick one. But I think that this is going to be a dangerous match for Gachikun because of the Rashid versus, you know, who am I going to fight against factor here. But again, Gachikun, obviously a world-class player. I think that even if VX Bao could pick one of his characters that's considered a bad matchup for Rashid, that Gachikun could clearly still win that. So, but it is going to be a tough match. It's going to be a tough match. Oh boy, ooh. And then we have Kobayan, one of the Zangief extraordinaires that we have here, going up against the young gun, not Pedro, from Brazil. Kobayan is like one of the scariest Zangiefs, right? I mean, Itazan, of course, exists, and he's in this tournament, and he uses Zangief. He also plays Mariza on the side every once in a while, depending on the matchups and such. But, like, Kobayan is, like, the pure Zangief, right? I mean, I don't think Kobayan has ever used anybody else in any tournament that we've seen. Comrade says, you should have seen Gachikun stream during the draw. He was praying so hard not to get Kobayan on this group. Shout outs to Big Papa Chunk, by the way, with a raid for the 41 viewers. Big Papa Chunk, a very, very strong proponent of Soul Calibur, a game which still, like, I feel like Soul Calibur 6 needs just like, here, we put rollback in the game or something, because, God, Soul Calibur fans are, dude, like, to describe us as, like, crying in our beer, you know, like, or I should say, them crying in their beer. I know a lot of the Soul Calibur players would be like, yo, you count. But yeah, Kobayan is like the Zangief. The Zangief out there right now. Like, I'm not going to say his Zangief is better than Itazan's, but I'm not going to say Itazan's Zangief is better than Kobayan. Like, Kobayan right now is like the Zangief character specialist right now is what I'm going to say. So I do think that, yeah, he's like Comrade was saying, that Gachikun was like, please don't put me in the same pool. Kobayan beat Dual Kevin recently with the level 2 super when he read the backdash, right? But that just must just not be a fun matchup for Rashid at all. And like, the problem is, like, Zangief is like everybody you talk to, they'll put Zangief like in the bottom third in a tier list. You know, Zangief, like, is never ranked high in tier lists these days. And most people tell you that Zangief is just, like, not a good character. The problem is that Zangief is such a freaking slot machine, and he does so much damage that Zangief can beat anybody. He can beat anybody. So, dude, you can't pray to not get Kobayan in your pool. You can't do it. You manifest it into reality. That's how the world works. That's just how it works. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. But the more you don't want someone in your pool, you're going to get him in your pool, dude. What Gachikun's probably hoping for is, like, Not Pedro can defeat Kobayan, right? And, you know, Not Pedro, to his credit, has Zangief Bolado in Brazil to practice against. Not Pedro, of course, is one of the young players. And again, Brazil has been one of the strongest regions since Street Fighter 4. I tell the story all the time, and I repeat this all the time. I'm sure even the Brazilians are sick of hearing me say it, but, like, Brazil has always had a strong presence in Capcom Cup. Like, in one of the first Capcom Cups where we actually, you know, legit had, like, the full qualifications and stuff like that, Brazil had one player represented, and then the next year they had 2 players represented, and the next year they had, like, 3 players represented. Like, they have always had a very, very strong presence in Capcom Cup, and they've always had a lot of strong players. So the fact that Not Pedro, at 20 years old, is who is representing Brazil when there are so many strong players. Remember, last year, Zangief Bolado was one of the players representing from Brazil. The fact that Not Pedro is here and representing is a testament to how strong he is and how good of a player he is. And yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of young players here, but, you know, that's kind of the standard, really. I mean, I can't tell you a Street Fighter game that has come out that hasn't, like, started getting a lot of young players into it. Like, the young players starting to show their stuff. A lot of people will blame the game, but trust me, we've been blaming the game since the very beginning. This has just been there all the time. It's not the game. It's not the game, trust me. And if you think it's the game, that means more likely you are not willing to adjust to the game than it is that the game is making it easy for anyone to win, because, you know, it's not. It's just isn't. But the hardest part for Not Pedro here is that he's a Ken player, right? He's a Ken main. I know like he can play a lot of different characters, but you know, famously, like I talked to Jake Ryan, you know, when we commentate together and stuff like that, he thinks that Zangief is Ken's worst matchup. Now, to be fair, Jake Ryan plays in the same region as Dr. Danny Pham, so I'm sure that affects his opinion a lot when you have to fight Danny Pham all the time. And in fact, Jake Ryan just beat Danny Pham Zangief at a salon, so like, is it really his worst matchup? But, you know, like, it is not a great matchup for Ken by any stretch of the imagination. And Ken, you know, obviously is a character who has lost a lot of luster in Season 3. He had been a strong character, and for the longest time, I was of the camp of like, dude, he's still really good. Dude, he's still really good. But the problem is that I still think Ken is really good, but Ryu, Akuma, and Mai are all better. Like, that's just the truth. So while Ken is really good, and a good Ken player will still destroy you in ways that you're just like, why is this character get away with everything? The problem is just that, you know, although, you know, like they don't play exactly the same, but obviously Mai, Ryu, and Akuma, you know, Ryu and Akuma are Shotos. Mai is kind of a Shoto. Like, they just have an advantage. And Sagat, I can't not mention Sagat, because Sagat's Tiger Nexus is better than Ken's Jinrai kicks, like, in so many ways. It is worse in some ways. But, like, overall, the Nexus is scarier than Ken's Jinrai. It just is. Like, you fight against Sagat, and when you block that Tiger Nexus, you're like, God damn it. Oh, God, what do I do? You know what I mean? So, like, that's the problem right now, is that, you know, Ken, while strong, isn't the greatest character, and I do think Zangief probably fights Ken extremely well. Now, having said that, he knows Zangief is his first opponent. So, not Pedro can. Maybe he just comes out of nowhere and busts out a JP, right? I mean, Brazil has, what was her name? The super good Brazilian JP player. She did really well at UFA, if I'm not mistaken. Was it not UFA? Was it a different event? Or was it, what did she place? Oh, there it is. Kyuki. Kyuki is the JP player. So Kyuki is an extremely strong JP player from the Brazilian region. Pedro just comes out with a JP out of nowhere, because Kyuki actually helped Not Pedro learn JP, you know, helped Not Pedro learn JP. So Kyuki might even have helped Not Pedro learn, you know, JP to fight against Kobayan. Now, would Kobayan hate fighting JP? Of course. Would he be able to beat JPs? Yeah. Because he's kind of sick. You study the matchups that you know are bad for you, right? You study those. So the thing about it is, Not Pedro, I mean, obviously we only had the drawing just recently, but, you know, he's had enough time now that he has a lot of options to go up against Kobayan. And this is why I've been saying that it helps to have a second character, because it helps you throw different looks at people, and that's really, really nice. It's nice to have different looks and to make it a little bit harder for people to counterpick you. Not Pedro has kind of a little bit of an advantage here, that he can probably counterpick Kobayan, but again, I think Kobayan could beat just about any bad matchup you throw at him, right? Maybe if you had a Dalsim. But even then, I think Kobayan could fight a Dalsim. Pool H. Starting with Lashar and Lugabo. Oh, boy. So, you know, all of us... Well, let me get to Lashar first. Lashar, I mean, he was it's crazy because, he was from South Korea, fairly young when he first started to really show up in a lot of tournaments, moved to Japan for Street Fighter League, and everybody in Japan started talking about Lashar, like Tokido and like other people that were, you know, like part of the same team in Street Fighter League and stuff. They're just like Lashar is special. Like Lashar, like the decisions he makes, how he does, like the way that he approaches the game, they're like, dude, like this guy is just like another level kind of thing, you know? So Lashar, did he really name himself after Left Shark from the Super Bowl? Is that really where Lashar comes from? He won CEO and Combo Breaker back-to-back tournaments. He won both of those. Like, there has almost never been a person who's won both CEO and Combo Breaker back-to-back like that in the same year. Lashar is ridiculous. And last year, like, people had always been saying it, but I felt like Lashar never quite had the results that matched those claims until he won Combo Breaker and CEO back-to-back. Then it was just like, okay. And Lashar got third place at Capcom Cup last year as well, right? Clearly, Lashar is very, very strong. So, you know, he is definitely one of those players that you're going to want to look for in terms of, like, as one of the favorites here. Third place last year, and then he had a better year this year. And so, like, yeah, he has the potential to really go far in this tournament. Yeah, and he won Evo France this year, too. But since he had already qualified, thanks to Combo Breaker, and like... So NL qualified at CEO because he got second to Lashar, and Blas actually qualified at Evo France because he got second to Lashar. So Lashar has Combo Breaker, CEO, and Evo France under his belt. So again, this guy is like, he's terrifying, right? Like clearly he is very, very strong. His Twitter profile is Left Shark. That's amazing. Yeah, Tokido's protege, but like, Tokido, like, even defers to Lashar, you know, for advice and stuff like that, right? Tokido has even said stuff like that, I need Lashar to help me get better, you know, kind of things. Lashar is going up against Lugabo, and I'm really excited about this because Lugabo is a player that all the Mexican players have been talking about forever, and he is really young. I obviously don't have his age, but I know he's very young. And I'm excited for this because he's one of the best Kimberly players in the world, I think, you know, but he is definitely a very, very strong Kimberly player. And last year he lost in the grand finals of their regional finals to Uriel Valorio, who he did manage to beat this year a little bit earlier in the losers bracket, I think. But in the grand finals, I think he went up against Kusanagi, who is another, like a different Kusanagi. So there's a, you know, this is the confusion. There's a Mexican Kusanagi, and then there's the French Kusanagi. They're both extremely good. But Lugabo won this year, so he has qualified. And so he's going to get that Kimberly into Capcom Cup. And I think he's the only Kimberly that's going to be in Capcom Cup. I watched some of his matches from like the recent World Warriors and stuff like that. The decisions that this guy makes are crazy. Like, he will predict correctly so many of the things that you do. And just like when you're fighting him, and again, Kimberly is a perfect character for this, like, he just overwhelms you because he's right a lot. And Kimberly is a character that kind of forces you into those situations constantly. So Lugabo, the way he plays Kimberly is just, it's overwhelming. It is really overwhelming to fight against this Kimberly. And so I'm really excited to see how he does. But not only that, but to get this kind of experience playing in Japan against these players. And when they're not playing, people will just go and play against each other all the time. Like, if you guys are in the same group, you'll be like, hey, help me practice this. And it's like a hyperbolic time chamber when you go to Capcom Cup as one of the qualifiers. And I'm excited for Lugabo to, get a lot of this experience there, and really kind of grow the reach. I am so down to teach Lugabo so much random tech. I think will help a lot. Again, Lugabo, like I said, his decision making is amazing. So in a lot of ways, he doesn't have to learn a lot of the crazy tech because he just blows you up. However, it's good to know all the tech as well. I'm not saying I know more about Kimberly than Lugabo, and Lugabo is a better player than me by like eons at this point. But like, it just doesn't hurt to learn some of this tech. So, if anybody, I mean, obviously it's probably too late. It's only 1 week to Capcom Cup. So, but still, like after Capcom Cup, I'm down to help him. But I'm really excited to see how he does, because this will be like his kind of first true test of like, being able to travel and play against these world-class players. When you look at all these events, like, where does Astral finish? Like, where does this take place? It's in Mexico, right? So really, he hasn't really had a chance to travel outside of Mexico. See? Just frame, Mexico. So he really hasn't had a chance to travel outside of Mexico and play a lot of, as Factor, also Mexico. So, I'm really excited to see this opportunity, help him, gain some of this experience. And more importantly, like, Kimberly players know about Lugabo. Mexican players know about Lugabo. A lot of people outside of those niche communities don't know about Lugabo. I hope that by being able to go to Capcom Cup, that he can make some noise. Like, he can really show his stuff a little bit. It's tough because, this is Capcom Cup, and the reality is that, half the players are going to go 0-2. Like, that's just how it works. 24 players are going 0-2. And, it's tough, because in the previous years, you played 4 matches round robin, but that's why it was 2 out of 3. And, I think the players are happier with this format because everything is 3 out of 5 and stuff. But I really do hope Lugabo gets to show some stuff. Like, even if he loses to Lashar, like, I hope it goes 5 games and, like, comes down to, like, one of the last rounds or something like that. Because, that is why we do Capcom Cup. This is why we do World Warrior and these things like that. We are doing this because it allows, players who otherwise don't get the opportunity for exposure to get that exposure. Obviously, I'm really excited about Lugabo because he's a Kimberly player, and Kimberly is my main character. So I'm a little biased here, but, I have known about Lugabo, like, since Street Fighter 6 dropped. Because I would have a lot of the Mexican players just tell me, like, dude, you gotta see Lugabo, you gotta see Lugabo. I'm excited to see Lugabo perform on the grand stage, and I hope he puts on a show. Kichi was one of the last, like, Ken specialists, but he has since moved on to Mai. And I know that he's, it's been a little bit of a slower start, but now you got to imagine Yukichi has had plenty of time to play Mai. He was a person that I had considered, like, one to watch, because remember, he got second place to MenaRD at Evo Japan. And while MenaRD got back-to-back Evo Japans, Ryukichi got back-to-back top 8s at Evo Japan. Ryukichi is a really, really strong player. Oh yeah, the Ryugoku Kokugikan is super big, right? It's super important venue. But Ryukichi's really strong, and he has Mai. And I remember watching one of the tournaments where he was using Mai, and, it seemed like he was still getting the hang of the character. But by this point in time, like, if he's just been playing Mai the whole time, like, he's going to be a formidable force. The weird part is that he's going up against Travis Styles, right? So Travis Styles, you know, was always representing out of Oceania, then didn't make it last year because he got defeated by one of the transplants, a Kuwaiti player who came out and then won the Oceania region. Travis Styles has always been a, you know, fervent Chun-Li player. Just, you know, loves playing Chun-Li. Let me see here. So this tournament, why are you not going to this tournament? Okay, here we go. The regional final, it was Sole, there you go. Oh, well, sorry, I didn't look at the chat fast enough. Both Mac and Comrade had that for me. So Sole was the one who actually defeated Travis Styles last year. So Travis Styles now back into it. But he's also a Mai player now. He switched from Chun-Li to Mai because, as every Chun-Li player will tell you, Chun-Li is just not that strong anymore. And it's crazy because I think Chun-Li's really good. But you remember Christatarian complaining about Ken in Street Fighter V, where he was just like he doesn't work, like, you know, like he's not designed properly, or I forgot what the phrase he used for that was. That's Chun-Li in Street Fighter 6 this year. She just has things that, like, why do people fall out of her anti-air, you know, and why does she have the down motion? Like, they should have did what Fatal Fury did and give it so that she has down kick and DP plus kick. Because down kick is actually a really bad input for anti-air. Like, people have made entire videos on why that input is bad. It's really, like, the forced input, like, because a lot of the DPs can be done these days with down, forward, down, forward, you can do dragon punches while never standing up. But the down input has to have neutral between the downs. So Chun-Li has to stand up to do her anti-air. So that's another weakness of Chun-Li's. So it's just not like the best thing. And if you're already crouching, that doesn't count as the first down. So you can't just hold down and go, let go down. Like, you have to go, let go down. Like, that's the only way to get it, you know? Like, it's just really, like, a lot of things for Chun-Li that, you know, just don't go her way. She doesn't have throw loops, etc., etc. So can't really blame Travis Styles for being like, well, I'll pick the best character in the game. Oh, I just pissed off a lot of SNK players. But yeah, like, you know, I'll pick Mai instead. She's one of the best characters and clearly very strong. So it's going to be interesting because Ryukichi, if he sticks with the Mai and Travis Styles going with the Mai, like, this is going to be a Mai, like, two people who have switched from their favorite mains to Mai going up against each other. So it's going to be a fun, interesting match there. So let's see here. Group I. So I got I, J, K, L. I got 4 more brackets here. We're going to take a quick break for you guys. How do I want to do this? So all the times that you've seen me feed my cats, this is not the same anymore. I can't feed them the same way that I did before. I have to be with Jasmine the entire time she's eating. So I don't know if, like, you know what? I'll just do it. You guys can just watch me feed my cats for a little bit if you guys are okay with that. Let's actually just do that because I have to do that. I don't have any other choice, honestly. Oh God, I haven't been charging my phone. I'm almost out of battery. Hopefully the phone doesn't die. So let's just do this. Yeah, let's do this. Actually, yeah, the front camera would work. So let's do this. Okay. Mute that for a second there. And turn this camera on. There we go. Hello. So let me go ahead and feed the cats really quick, guys. Oh, not really quick, but I'm going to feed the cats and then I'll start up again. So, you know, again, if you guys don't know, my beautiful baby girl here is sick. But she is sick, unfortunately. Jasmine has cancer. and she has cancer. So Jasmine doesn't have long, unfortunately, and it's harder. It's harder for her to eat and stuff like that. So I really have to make sure I take care of her and such. So it's been a tough month, obviously, but again, like I am doing everything I can, doing my best to make sure that Jasmine is, happy and comfortable in her, final few weeks here. So, oh yeah. I mean, keep in mind too, like these Jasmine and Nathan are essentially my first pets ever, right? So I've never gone through this process before. However, like you know, you're not a responsible pet owner if if this is not something that you were, prepared for. If you are not being a responsible pet owner, in my opinion. Not trying to critique anyone. This is just my belief. So, this is something that I understand was going to happen, from the get-go. But at the same time, like, it's obviously still going to be very hard. It's still going to be very hard for me to deal with this. But like I said, I understand. I know that this is a thing that you have to go through. And, my mentality, is that I want to be there for Jasmine until the very end. You hear stories about the people who are like, oh my God, I can't be in the room, when such and such happens and stuff. And they kind of like abandon the pet and it's terrible. And like, I will never, ever, ever do that. I'm going to make sure I'm there until the very end. I'm going to hold her if I can and, make sure that she knows that she is loved until the final moments. So right now, the reason why I haven't streamed a lot is because most of my days are now spent lying on the couch with Jasmine sleeping on me. That's like most of my days now because I'm just trying to get as much time with Jasmine as I possibly can. I have definitely had several very emotional nights where, obviously the reality of it just hits you and you're just like, oh my God. But, I've tried to stay level-headed and, logical and stuff, But honestly, like, I have no idea. Oh, hang on a second, Nathan. Hang on a second, Nathan. Don't run into my phone. Okay, coming up. Oh, hang on, Nathan. Hang on, Nathan. I know, I'm sorry. I'm late. It's been tough because I spend so much time with Jasmine that, I can tell Nathan's being jealous, is feeling jealous. My vet told me that, like, most likely Nathan is aware that Jasmine is sick because pets are, like, they can sense those kind of things. I hope Nathan does understand that because I really, I'm sad that, I do, I have been giving Jasmine all the attention recently. And by the way, just a little bit of a graphic warning here. Every once in a while, I'm going to be pulling drool off of Jasmine, and it's not a pretty sight. So she just drools a lot, unfortunately. The tumor that she has is on the bottom of her jaw. So it affects her saliva glands and stuff like that. Oh, yeah, see, like, Nancy can get me. Yeah, see, so I've got drool all over my hand now already. But again, it's like, I am a person who, hates getting slimy stuff on my hands and stuff like that. I'm always one of those, ew, gross, kind of things. But like, this is Jasmine, and I, like, all of that just flies right out the window. I'll tell you. I'm like, I will grab a handful of drool to help you eat, to make sure that you are a happy cat. And that's the thing too, is every meal that she eats, I have to give her a little bit of a liquid pain medication. So, in case she is in pain, I want to subside that. It is a little tough because it does make her a little more lethargic and stuff, but she's still there. Like she's still very cognizant of everything, and she's still very affectionate, very kind-hearted cat. Tough questions that you have to ask is eventually, like, how much of, obviously I want to keep Jasmine around as long as possible, but when does it start moving into the selfish realm, and that you're just, that she's just kind of suffering just because, you know, you don't want her to go. And I don't want to do that to her. And the hardest part is that you just really have no idea how much the cats are suffering. They're predators. They're genetically designed to never show pain. So it's really, really hard to say how painful, how much pain she's in. I hope the gabapentin does definitely, helps a little bit with that pain. But eventually it's just like, the nice thing is, though, that I've kind of figured out a good feeding routine. Before, it was like so hard for me to get her to finish all her food and everything like that. But I've kind of gotten a good amount that she's comfortable with, because if I feed her any more than this, like, I think her jaw just gets really tired and pain, there's a lot of pain there. And what the grossest thing about it is that I said this on Twitter, but like, because she drools a lot, like, her drool gets mixed into the wet food a lot. And when I was feeding her too much, she would just like stop eating. And then Nathan, like, I would go and like try to like, wash my hands and stuff with all the drool. And as soon as I walk away, Nathan would come down and just eat the rest of the cat food, including all of Jasmine's drool. And I was just like, Nathan, oh my God, you're so disgusting. Oh, Nathan. That cat, I've heard stories about cats that like will see food and they'll be like, I don't want this food. Like, they're picky eaters. Like, Nathan is the exact opposite. Like I said earlier in the stream, like, I wish there was an event called the CDQ, which is churros done quick. If anybody who's a cat owner out there knows about churros, like, how much cats love them. But Nathan, like, I swear to God, he can go through one of those things from full to empty in like 10 seconds, like 5 seconds. He just like, it's just like flop, 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 and then that's it. It's gone. Nathan is the epitome of the cats that act like they've never been fed in their entire life. Ugh. Hang on, Jasmine. Get all this drool out of here. There you go. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There you go. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. We got a little bit left. There you go. Good girl. Oops. I dropped that piece. Good girl. Yeah, you're eating all your food. When I was feeding her too much food earlier, like, she would walk away and I would like move the bowl in front of her, and I swear to God, like, she would start eating again, not because she wanted to, but because she knows I want her to. So it was seriously, it almost kind of felt like it was just like, like a kid understanding they need to take their medicine or something like that. Like, she just understood it. It seemed like she was like, I don't want any more, but I know you want me to eat more, so I will eat more to make you happy, kind of thing. I didn't think cats could be this aware of like what is happening and like understand things. But I really believe that like for a lot of things that happen, like Jasmine just understood. Like there's just it's weird, like the way that she would react to certain things. Like I feel like she just understood stuff. And yeah, again, because of the, you know, obviously with the tumor and everything like that, she can't eat as cleanly as she used to. So like every time she's done with all this food, her jaw is just like full of cat food. Close your eyes if you don't want to see this, but like, ew, cat drool everywhere. Ugh. Anyways, hang on a second. Come here, Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine. Hey, Jasmine. Don't sniff Nathan's butt right now. There you go. Okay. Hang on, Jasmine. There you go. Sorry. I'm just gonna clean it up a little bit. Okay, good girl. Good girl. Yeah, if I don't help her clean, she ends up cleaning for a very long time, which involves licking their own arm and then wiping their face and then licking their arm and then wiping their face. And she just ends up there doing that for like a really long time. So I always just try to help clean her up a little bit, you know, make it a little bit easier for her. It's funny too, because again, I don't think she likes it when I clean her, but I think she likes it when I clean her. Like, she's like, I don't like the process, but I like the results. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of just how it works with Jasmine. With that, you know, cleaning her like that. So, okay, so I'm back over here. And I should be doing this. There we go. Okay. So let's see. What are you guys talking about over here? Yeah, unfortunately for Jasmine, her cancer is on her jaw. So, you know, like, I mean, the fortunate part is that that means that she moves just fine. Like, she can, her legs and everything like that are fine and stuff. But, you know, oh, your kitten was watching the stream? That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh, really? Okay, so it was the same guy. Okay, I was confused for a second there. I was like, wait, what? CBD oil for pets is a genuine thing. Okay. I mean, does it, you know, change their behavior, or is it just like clearly they're just more comfortable, you know, after having taken some of it and stuff? You know, because I'll definitely look into it. I'll definitely look into it. I'll look for something. I'll look for that, because the gabapentin, like I said, you know, works for her a little bit, but she definitely, you know, is less energetic, a lot more lethargic. I mean, the first time I gave it to her, the first time I gave her a dose of the gabapentin, like she couldn't even walk straight. She couldn't even walk straight. Like literally she just got up and just like fell over, and I was like, oh my God, you know. So I've been like trying to give her less than what the doctors told me to. And so, you know, if I could find something that like, you know, keeps them so that they're still active and on less pain, I'm definitely gonna look for that. So I'm going to look that up, Kilm. Thank you. Thank you for that suggestion, for sure. All right, let's continue forward. But remember when I was talking about Kawano, you know, I was talking about how there was the new young crew that basically, you know, in Japan that, you know, it took a while before the younger players really started to assert their, you know, their strength. Kawano and Higuchi were really starting to show their strength. And there was the clip of that showed Higuchi when he realized like he qualified, and I can't remember exactly how it happened. Like it was based off of like someone losing so that he then couldn't get overtaken in points or something. And like he was so excited and like he was just like, oh man. But yeah, he's made it in there. And, you know, is another player like, you know, Kaba, who plays a lot of Guile. And I was talking about this earlier with Kaba that, you know, I don't have as much faith in Guile right now. I don't think, you know, I don't know if he's like Capcom Cup winning quality. And of course, because I said that, a Guile is going to win Capcom Cup. Just watch. Just watch. Because I said this. But, you know, like, I'm not sure if Guile... And you know, one of the main reasons why I feel this way about Guile is very similar to what happened in Street Fighter 4. It's really funny how it happened, too, because it's always like this really, like, you know, buxom girl, like, who holds a weapon in her hand that kind of just invalidates Guile's existence. Because in Street Fighter 4, Poison kind of just made Guile pointless. Poison's EX Fireball was better than EX Sonic Boom. It just was, right? Like it was a better, it was faster. I think it recovered like only 1 frame slower or something like that, you know, but you didn't have to charge for it. And she had a DP, and guess what happened here? Mai exists in the game, and she's just basically Guile who doesn't need to charge. And it's unfortunate. And to power up, she doesn't need a level 2. She just needs a level 1. So like, Mai has really just kind of overshadowed Guile because Sonic Blade, Sonic Boom, it's a lot of startup. It's very similar, except when Mai walks forward, she doesn't lose her DP. She can still DP. And at any point in time, she can just throw the E-Fan. And while it's faster than the slowest Sonic Boom, but Mai has the advantage that, like, the fan bounces. And so now she has this mix-up that she can extend with the second hit of the fan. I do genuinely feel kind of bad for the Guile players. At the same time, I don't want Guile buffed because I hate fighting him too. It's a tough situation. I'm sure Higuchi's not going to switch. I'm sure he's going to be playing only Guile because that's his boy. He's going to do really well. Do I think he might beat Tokido? I think there's probably a strong chance that he could beat Tokido. But in terms of just like how far you can go in the tournament, I feel bad saying this for the Guile players out there, and I feel bad saying this for all the people who hate fighting Guile and think Guile is such a pain in the ass to deal with. But, you know, I'm not sure if Guile is strong enough. And like I said, on paper, like, he's still really good, and like, there's no reason, like, he shouldn't be having, like, he should be having more success than he's having in the real world. You know what I mean? Because it really takes the specialist like Kaba, like Higuchi, you know, to win with that character. It really takes the specialist out there. And so, like, to me, that's an indication that, you know, the character needs a little help. I really do think that the character needs a little help. Tokido, in an interesting situation, again, kind of the same situation. He's using Ken. And, you know, he tried to learn Akuma. Akuma is his favorite character, and he won't play Akuma. It's very bizarre. Has anybody talked to him about that? Why he doesn't play Akuma? And he plays Ken still? He still plays Ken? Now, he has a secondary in JP, so, you know, he's fine there. But, yeah, about the plot armor, yeah, for sure. Because, you know, Tokido has said before, like, no Tokido, no Capcom Cup. And there's been so many times, like last year, to advance past the group stage, he needed a very, very specific result. Like, out of the 8 possible results, like, it was like Doctor Strange, only one way he could qualify is if this person won only by this many rounds. Like, he couldn't 2-0, he had to be a 2-1, this person had to lose, this person had to, and it all worked out, and he got into the next phase. You know, like, it was crazy. Tokido's plot armor is nuts. And so here he is in Capcom Cup because Punk had a problem with his visa. So he couldn't go anymore. And if you actually look at the rankings here we go. So if I actually go to, where are we? This is Capcom Cup. I want to go to the Capcom Pro Tour site. So let me scroll this all the way back down. So I'm back to where Tokido was. Here we go. But if we go to Capcom Pro Tour, like, look at the way that the rankings actually, oh no, this is not the one. Here we go. So this is where it was. Blas at first place at 770, but he qualified at Evo France, so it dropped down to the next players here. And so Punk's at 600, so he was at the top, and then Momochi, Kobayan, Ryukichi, Dual Kevin, and Itabashi. Punk drops out, so that means we go to the 8th place. It's Ending Walker. Ending Walker qualified through his World Warrior. So after that is NL. NL qualified by getting 2nd place to Lashar at CEO. So it drops down to the 10th spot, which is where Tokido is. And so he got into the Capcom Cup by being the 10th place on the global leaderboards. Like, that's crazy, dude. Tokido's plot armor is undefeated. Like, it seriously is just absolutely undefeated. Oh, man. I mean, look, I'm happy because Tokido's always been one of my favorite players, and I love seeing him in any tournament. So, you know, I'm biased, and I'm like, let's go, Tokido, you know, but, like, it's still crazy that this is what it took for him to get in here. It's crazy. Do you think Guile could receive a new move to improve him as part of a new version of Street Fighter 6? Oh, by the way, Sarah the Hero, I haven't done any pool predictions. I haven't done any, honestly. But I've just been kind of like talking about the players in general. But Guile getting a new move, I mean, like, Guile clearly has never really needed a new move. But, like, that's the thing, right? Like I said, like, Guile on paper is strong. So, like, I sit here and I'm like, okay, what would I do to Guile to buff him without breaking him? I don't know. Like, I'm a person that, like, I have an opinion about any character in terms of, like, what I would do to buff and nerf and buff. Dude, I don't know what to do with Guile. Like, because I can't pinpoint what his problem is. Like, again, on paper, he's, like, really strong. So I don't know what I would actually nerf on him, you know? Yeah, the answer is nerf Mai, yeah, basically. But even then, like, he could use something. He needs something to help him. I mean, I would have to talk to someone like NuckleDo or Lex or whatever like that, and maybe they can give me a better, like, understanding of what, you know, where Guile's main weakness is. And, you know, a lot of it is going to be that he is a charge character, which is, you know, why a lot of people are like, yeah, good riddance, get rid of charge characters. And I still don't like that, and I still don't want to get rid of charge characters, but that's a whole different conversation. I really don't know what I would do to Guile to help him, you know? I'm going to try to restream all of Capcom Cup. And for those of you who have just joined, obviously, Finals Day on Saturday for Capcom Cup is not allowed to be restreamed, but anybody can watch it in real time in the Battle Hub. I'm going to try to watch it in real time on the Battle Hub, not because I don't want to pay for it, but because I specifically want a feed of the tournament that has no commentary. I'm going to restream the audio of the tournament, and I'm gonna try to do a radio broadcast. I'm going to try to do a radio broadcast. And like, I hope people can enjoy that. Like, I hope people can watch that. And like, cause again, like I'm really good at talking fast and saying lots of words and stuff like that. So that's what I'm going to do. And, you know, I don't want other people to steal my idea, but even then, even if they do, I don't know if other people are going to be able to do it as well as I can. But, you know, hopefully, you know, that'll spread, the word will spread and people will come and check in and actually, you know, try to enjoy it as much as possible. So that's the plan. I mean, that's the thing is like, the only thing that they have said before, you can restream it, but only show the timer. Like, just so people can watch it alongside you. So you could watch it, right? I don't, like, they can't stop what I say. I don't think they can stop what what I can say. So that's where I'm thinking right now. So hopefully I can do that just fine. And there will be no issues or anything like that because I think it'll be fun. I've kind of practiced a little bit and stuff like that, but we'll see what happens. Anyways, yeah, Tokido has plot armor like crazy. So he's in this tournament, obviously, here. And it'll be interesting. I mean, he'll probably go JP against Higuchi. But yeah, I just really want to know why Tokido does not use Akuma. I'm really confused by that. Because Akuma's very strong, but Tokido still continues to use Ken. I mean, he clearly likes a lot about Ken, so I'm not saying that he's wrong. Ken might just, he feels like fits him better, right? More of what he wants to do. But yeah, I mean, this guy's plot armor is crazy. I mean, can you imagine if like he gets in this way and then like ends up going super far in the tournament? Like, can you just imagine that? What if he wins? Like, what if he wins? Like, because he's Tokido, right? Like, that would be crazy. It'll be really crazy. But obviously, Tokido's a legend. Everybody knows Tokido. He's the man who made me cry with fighting games are something so great. Like, you know, like, how many people did Tokido like get to start watching fighting games seriously with that victory over Punk? And his quote, and making me cry, dude, like making me cry like a little sad baby. Like, honestly, that event, a lot of people have told me, they were like, seeing your emotion and your passion is what made me get into the fighting game community. So honestly, Tokido is responsible for getting a crap ton of people into the FGC, you know? So again, how do you watch Street Fighter and not know who Tokido is? Like, Tokido is seriously one of the coolest people that I know. Like, he's awesome, dude. I love this guy. I'm super biased that, you know, I think like Tokido is one of the players that I always root for. It's hard for me not to, you know? But, you know, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Plot armor, man. This plot armor is ridiculous. Next, we have Armakov here, which is interesting because he also goes by Arma X. He also just goes by Arma. But it seems like, I guess he's, you know, submitting his handle as Armakov for the purposes of this tournament to Capcom. And then he's going up against Zerna. Save image as, yeah, let's just save it here like so, and then head over to the desktop, and then where is it? Capcom Cup qualifiers, here we are. Open this in, what the hell was that? Open this in Adobe Photoshop like so. Check the image. Okay, it's the right size. Okay, perfect. So I don't need to do anything to it. Nice. Okay, it's already the right size and everything. Okay, so come back to the thing over here, and this is not the right thing. Oh, that's right. I opened a new window with it. That's right. Go back to players, come over here, delete, come to desktop, go find Capcom Cup qualifiers. Upload Zerna's picture, like so. There we go. That's correct. Read us. Armakov, coming out of Central America West region. He's from Panama. He's a relatively newer player. who has, if I'm not mistaken, like, I don't, again, this might just be Liquipedia's, like limitations on where they got their results from and such. But, in terms of like what's in here, I only see Street Fighter 6 results for him. But he's a player who clearly has been very, very strong in this region. I mean, look at this. Third place, second, and all of the World Warrior events. Eventually got third place in the first year of Street Fighter 6, and in the second year, look at this, second, first. And so clearly, like, I think he was going into the region with the highest points here at at this point, right? So if we come down over here, yeah, look at this. Arma had the most points here, but in the grand finals, he ended up losing to Grand Totokai. So as you can see over here in the bracket, yeah, so Grand Totokai beats him 3-1, sends him in the loser's bracket, and then he beats Destroy Gods, and then he comes back and Grand Totokai beats him 3-1 again. So again, like, he is clearly very strong, but like Grand Totokai got in his way. Destroy Gods, obviously very strong. I mean, look, Destroy Gods, look at this. In the first year of Street Fighter 6, Destroy Gods eliminated from every Central America West World Warrior. He beat him here, he beat him here, he beat him here, he beat him here, and then he beat him in the finals. The only time is, like, I guess he didn't make it out of pools one day or something like that, but geez, that is frustrating, And then here he loses the Destroy. Oh no, he beat Destroy Gods here, and he beat Destroy. So he started getting the better of him. But he ended up, even though he beat Destroy Gods, he ended up losing to Grand Totokai. So this guy has been having like heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak. And here he is, though. Like, this has been a tough year. Fourth, first, second, fourth. But then this was his year. And obviously, if we look at the overview here, Arma was, look at this, he was in third place. He didn't even have the most points. But, he came here for the regional finals, and you can see here, he beat Grand Totokai 3-0 this time. And then he got into the winners finals, beat Destroy Gods 3-2, then beat him 3-0. Armakov was like, this is my year. You guys aren't stopping me. Like, I'm sick of you guys beating me up. And, he did it. He did it. He made it in there from the Central America West region. And, really happy for him. And he's a DJ player. Again, South America has a lot more DJs. Like, South America has a lot of very strong DJs, including Brian Job, who was in, from Brazil, who was in Street Fighter League Pro US. So, I'm glad to see that, DJ still gets some representation. But like I said, I mean, this is a great, story of perseverance here for Armakov. Like, he put in the work, man. He put in the work. So that's really cool. I mean, it's tough to say. Like, I personally have not had a chance to see a lot of their matches. I've watched, like, the grand finals and such, but that's not necessarily going to give me a good scope exactly. So I'll have to watch some more, but at this point in time, I don't feel like I've seen enough of his matches to really be able to say how his DJ compares to, like, Fudo's DJ and stuff like that. Zerna coming over here, he won World Warrior Europe West, and he qualified from the Netherlands. And if I'm not mistaken, this was a very, very big deal because this region of World Warrior has always gone to Takamura. Takamura has just been consistently the guy who makes it out of this region, like, every single year. Like, Takamura has been, like, in a lot of Capcom Cups because he just makes, like, this is the area, like, he was dominating this region. So Zerna actually coming in and playing spoiler to that And it makes a lot of sense because he's definitely one of the younger players, and he's a very much, one of those players who is continually just growing stronger and stronger and stronger. So, and, he was very loyal to Jury. He was a big Jury fan. But he switched to Mai. And he's one of 2 players in the EU who switched to Mai like this. And I think it was really good that they both did that because, not only does it make them have a better chance because Mai is just a stronger character, but more importantly, like when you watch SFL EU, Zerna and the other person being kills you, playing Mai against a lot of these players out there, those players get experience against Mai. So, a lot of times I'm happy when I see a player pick a stronger top tier kind of character, not necessarily because I just thinking of like, oh, that's really cool, I want to see this guy win more, but like it's kind of important for your whole entire scene, like your region, even if the region is EU, right? Like most of the EU, like it's important to use these strong characters because it makes everybody better. It makes everybody in the region better. So again, I'm glad to see him using that Mai. And, from Street Fighter League, like, he played really, really strong. He didn't play in this year. That's what it was. Okay. He didn't actually play in the SFL EU this year. Okay. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate that he didn't get a chance to play in that. Okay. Which tab was I on? It was on this one, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, so he wasn't there. But, again, I'm like, it's good. I think it's very, very important to use these strong characters like that. So, I'm excited to see what he's going to pull off. And he always has that Jury there in his back pocket as well. Another character that, like, goes criminally kind of, like, under the radar, I mean, like, the first season, I don't think anybody was talking about Jury as, like, one of the best characters. And then Uma, like, won using Jury, right? And, Jury's never really gotten, like, nerfed or anything. Like, I think she's mostly gotten buffs. But, again, it's just more about the other characters just kind of, like, getting stronger. Like, I keep putting Jury and Cammy in the same kind of category. Like, they're both really good characters. The problem is they're just both not, like, exceptional characters right now. It sounds like you guys are having fun. I have heard nothing but good things about RE9. So, I'm hoping, I can't wait to get to it at some point in time. But I have heard nothing but, like, a lot of good things about it. So, switch the monitor. Hey, don't. It's going to show up. I'm surprised it hasn't showed up already. Oh, it's going to be the next one. That's why. So after this goes away, James, switch the cameras. I am famous for forgetting to switch my view. Please do not abuse that. Please do not abuse. I have commentated on TNS before. I'm also in Street Fighter 4 as one of the commentators. I'm one of the commentators you can pick in Street Fighter 6. I'm sorry, Street Fighter 6, and I've been commentating Capcom Cups and Evos a lot, although these days you don't see me as much on Capcom Cups and Evos because I'm old. So, anyways, I'm done talking about all the players here from Capcom Cup, and I was talking about Zerna here, but again, like, it's real. I think the main story here for Zerna really is that, he took the Netherlands region from Takamura. And again, like, so many of the players that we have seen, repeatedly coming in here over and over again didn't make it. Like Phenom did not qualify for Capcom Cup. So Phenom and Takamura were like staples. Like, they would win their regions all the time. But this year, Takamura fell to Zerna. And so Zerna's taking his place. And it was Juicy Joe who beat Phenom. And so Juicy Joe is now in there. Yeah, Cien isn't making it this year. So, like, it's a lot of, like, there's a lot of names that, were staples that aren't qualifying. And, a lot of it is, like, a lot of these newer, younger players who are really starting to make names for themselves. So I'm excited to see how Zerna does. I'm really excited to see what he can pull off over here. When we move over to Group J, that's Rain Pro and Lex. So let's start with them over here. Rain Pro, of course, the player who went to the UK and stole a spot last year because he lived there briefly. Lex, that was the other player. So if we go to Lex over here, as I said, American VX Bao, you know, and I call VX Bao Chinese Lex. It's just the hair. It's just the hair. But Rain Pro, you know, from Hong Kong region, been a very strong Guile player this whole entire time. I've been talking about Guile and kind of the limitations of Guile and stuff like that. It really takes like Guile specialists. And we just happen to end up putting two of the Guiles against each other. Oh my God. I wonder, like, is Lex gonna pick Guile? Because I kind of remember when he went up against the Guile in Street Fighter League, I have this memory that he ended up switching to M. Bison against somebody. Let me see, actually. Was that like, let's see. So he was Guile. He was using Guile. So he fought Malmaster, Big Bird, Senor Power Mark the Shark. I guess he didn't fight in a Kainu then. Okay. I guess not then. So yeah, he played mostly Guile. I remember he did pick an M. Bison once or somewhere, but again, my memory might just be deceiving me. Oh yeah, there it was, against Valmaster. He started with M. Bison and then he went to Guile and lost. I mean, it's kind of an unfortunate situation, you know, Rain Pro and Lex fighting each other, especially because they're both in the same region, right? So yeah, Rain Pro stole one of the UK spots the previous year by winning their World Warrior by, like, I think it was through points. And then Lex from the United States this year took their super region by taking the UK Ireland World Warrior. Dude, like, what is it with foreign Guiles, like, just causing problems for all the poor Guile players, for the UK players, dude? This is crazy. And they both did it with Guile. Like, if I was the UK right now, I'd be like, shit, we need somebody to learn Guile over here, man. Oh, it's so funny. Which players do you consider the new generation? You know, for me, it's just basically, you know, like the players who are starting to make a name for themselves in the new current Street Fighter, right? So when Street Fighter V was going, all the players that started making a name for themselves that we didn't see in Street Fighter IV are the new generation. And then when we went from Street Fighter V to Street Fighter VI, all the players who are starting to really make names for themselves, they're winning events and they're qualifying for Capcom Cups and stuff like that. I consider all the new players who are coming up in the new version of the game, the new generation. And then when we get to Street Fighter VII, they're no longer the new generation and we'll be getting new players. And guys who are like 26 years old, who are like still young, will be like, who are these new kids? But man, oh God, this is like the weirdest lore match in the world. Both of these players using Guile, stealing spots by moving to the UK. And then they have to fight each other and they're both Guile players. Dude, like this is the goofiest matchup. This is seriously like the silliest matchup here. Oh my God, I can't wait to see this fight. I can't wait to see this fight. And I hope someone on commentaries, you know, points that out, being like, yeah, here's like the two people who like stole spots from the UK going up against each other, dude. Oh, it's hilarious. But we got Chris T and Mickey. So Chris T, obviously, you know, like he made a name for himself in Street Fighter 4, right? Like he got really good at Street Fighter 4 at the tail end of that. But then it was really in Street Fighter 5, like the first couple of seasons where like he was, you know, really doing some work with Ken. And then he just stopped playing Street Fighter 5. You know, I'm sure that was half of like, you know, he didn't really like the game as much. And then also he was doing a lot of real life stuff, like, you know, became a teacher. And so, you know, he kind of left it. But then Street Fighter 6 came out and he played that and Ken was awesome. And so he fell in love with Ken. Ken has gotten a little bit worse and worse as time gone on. Or I should say other characters got better and better. I think that's really more of what happened to Ken than it is that Ken like got super nerfed. Like I wouldn't say Ken really got nerfed, but like clearly a lot of other characters that cover a lot of the same mindset as Ken kind of overtook Ken. But Chris T, he is a Ken loyalist through and through. That's like the only character he plays. And again, like, I mean, this is another one of those, like, you know, for me, like a really cool story because, like, you know, he was on the same team as MenaRD the one year that MenaRD basically won the Street Fighter League. What was cool to see was that Chris T and Mena really bonded during that period. And even though Chris, like, still didn't play as much, like, he kind of became a coach, you know, and, you know, helped Mena and, you know, Bandit's team and all this stuff. And so he was really involved with them. Like, he would go to Japan with them, you know, to help train and do all this stuff. And then, you know, he was back on the Bandits team this year and they ended up winning. And again, like, Chris T won a lot of very crucial tie-breaking matches. But, you know, it was really neat to see the kind of bond that Chris and Mena, you know, gained. Like, to me, that's like a cool story to me because it's like Street Fighter fighting game community, you know, obviously we're playing the games, but, you know, like, the corny thing is, like, the FGC is actually the friends we made along the way, you know, like, so many of us in the FGC have made lifelong friends, you know, people that we would, you know, take a bullet for and such, you know, and to see the kind of friendship that Chris T and Mena, you know, kind of got, I mean, like, I think it's just like a really cool story. And, you know, both of them, you know, also have in common that they're both very, very, you know, devout religious players. Both of them are they hold their religion, they hold the God and Jesus and, like, it's a very important part of their lives, right? This is a very key component to the way they live their lives. And they have that in common as well. And, like, it's tough because in the FGC, or not even in the FGC, just in the world in general, I should say, a lot of the times when you look at, like, Christianity and stuff like that, you tend to see people, like, kind of talk down upon it and stuff like that. And I'm not a religious person at all. So I just think that it's kind of like Chris and Mena, the way they talk about the religion is very inclusive. It's very positive, right? And I've seen a lot of people give Chris and sometimes even Mena a little bit of flack, you know, about their faith and such. And I just think that's kind of messed up, right? Like, I mean, honestly, like, when we have players like Arslan Ash bow after winning Tekken on the big stage, or we see other people celebrating their religion, we speak of it positively. You know, we're like, this is cool. I personally think it's very cool and very admirable and wonderful that Chris and Mena have found this kind of connection through their faith and through this hobby and stuff like that. And I think that's awesome. And I'm sad whenever I look in the chat and I see people talking negative about Chris for that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like seeing that because, you know, we are a very inclusive community and that, you know, we all, like, we should celebrate all of the religions out there. We should celebrate not having a religion. You know what I mean? Like, it's all of it is should be celebrated and treated equally, is how I feel. And again, I am not a religious person, so I'm not sitting here being like, you know, defending this because, you know, like, you know, why are you guys being mad at my faith? And if that is a factor that helped create, you know, an even stronger bond between these two players, I think that's great. And, you know, Chris has that kind of story, like someone mentioned earlier, like Kusanagi, you know, played Street Fighter 4 religiously, didn't like 5, and came back for 6, you know, being really, really strong in 6, you know. And, you know, it's kind of nice to see that. And I've told Chris T that I've definitely made the joke before, like, it's the return of Chris T, you know, like when you type it out, you know, it's like, anyways, the second coming of Chris T is what I called it. I'm happy to see him here. I'm happy to see him playing again. And I you know, I think it's really cool. Again, there will be a little bit of bias because he's SoCal. So, like, let's go SoCal. But, you know, I do really like the stories, you know, that we get from this and the friendships that are created in the FGC. Mickey for all intents and purposes, felt like he came out of nowhere. The craziest thing is, like, I guess this is just how big the Evo stage is, but, like, when I met Mickey in person, like, at Street Fighter League, this guy is tall, man. He's really tall. But, you know, he has a very strong Cammy, and he was, like, every year, there's one player who just, like, is like, what? Who is this? And gets really, really far in the top 8 of Evo Worlds. And this year it was Mickey. You know, Mickey was, oh, right, yeah, no, for sure. But, you know, Mickey kind of came out of nowhere and got 3rd place at Evo, you know, beating Phenom. Like, if Phenom had beat Mickey, Phenom would have qualified to Capcom Cup. So, again, Phenom getting 2nd place to Juicy Joe and then getting 4th place against Mickey. Like, Phenom was just, like, right at the edge, like, constantly. But Mickey, you know, really kind of surprised everybody. And normally, you know, that happens. But then, you know, I've said this many times on stream before, you kind of see a tapering off, right? Mickey has stayed very strong, but when he showed up in Street Fighter League, like, he was a strong player. But at Evo, like, there was some weird mystique about him because he just had, like, the weirdest, like jump EX dive kick, like OD dive kick timing, you know, out of nowhere. Like, Mickey would do, like, the craziest decision making. Basically, like, what I said about Lugabo is, like, kind of like what Mickey was at Evo. And when you have those kind of legendary runs where you come out of nowhere, people are nervous when they fight you. They're like, I don't want to be the next victim of the person who came from nowhere. And so the reason why I say that a lot of times these players taper off is because now you're like, okay, I know, like, Mickey is really good. Like, let's go, you know, kind of a thing. And, like, you'll see a drop off on a lot of these players. I'm not saying that Mickey, like, disappeared and dropped off. Obviously, he's in Capcom Cup, right? He's very, very strong. But the whole thing that I'm trying to say is, not everybody is Blas, okay? Because Blas, like, he got 2nd place at Capcom Cup, and everybody was like, what the hell? Like, he beat Lashar, right? Like, for the 3rd place match. And, like, Blas did not lose a beat. Like, he is just, Blas is ridiculous, okay? Blas is crazy, You know, Mickey, I don't think has had that same kind of continued success as what Blas is doing, but, you know, what I'm saying is that that's kind of par for the course, and I'm not trying to talk down Mickey. I'm basically just saying, like, if anybody out there is like, oh, well, he's not doing it as well anymore, blah, 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 like give it a rest. Like, like, Mickey is clearly very, very strong, and he has switched from Cammy to Mai. So during Street Fighter League, he was playing a lot of Mai, but again, you could kind of tell, you know, Cammy was his more comfortable character by far. Like, even though, like, he would win with Mai, and, you know, Mai obviously is a better character than Cammy, like, Mickey clicks with Cammy, right? But again, as I mentioned with Jury and other characters, you know, like, Cammy and Jury are just, like, they're really strong. So me and Olaf talk about this a lot. Like, people might get mad at me for saying this, but Jury and Cammy are honest characters. The problem is, if you're honest, that's not a compliment in a fighting game. Like, you want your character to be cheap. It's just what it comes down to, right? So Cammy and Jury, they have all the tools that they need to win. They have all the tools that they need to win. They're just not cheap. Jury and Cammy don't have that, like, OD fan. You know what I mean? They don't have a Hashogeki. You know, like, why is Cammy's spin knuckle so slow when Hashogeki is just, like, the goddamn fastest thing in the world, right? Like, and, like, he can frame trap into his Hashogeki from, like, you know, non-heavy buttons and stuff. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, again, like I said, people are going to get mad at me because, like, yeah, Jury and Cammy can feel super annoying. But like I said, like, Jury's cheapest thing is her drive rush. I do think Jury is slightly better than Cammy. But the hard part is that Cammy's dive kick is better than Jury's, obviously. And having a dive kick like that is always going to make the character strong. You just have to use the move right. Unfortunately, a lot of Cammy players do not use the move right. Regardless, they're in the same area for me. Like, I can't necessarily say one is stronger than the other, but I do really believe that neither of them have that like specific win condition, right? Like Rashid level 2, JP level 2, Jury has a level 2, but like the overhead doesn't work off of her level 2, right? If you ever chain into her overhead, it becomes a knockdown. And so like, while the level 2 is clearly good, we have seen so many times that people just stave off the feng shui engine and they really don't take any damage. They might get hit by one overhead or two overheads or take a throw. That's not that bad. Then you fight Blanca and he activates Lightning Beast and you're like, and then you died. JP activates level 2 and you're like, and you died, right? Like, that's the thing, is that Jury and Cammy don't have the win condition. They don't have that thing that they can set up and like now, like this is guess for game. Because Cammy is extremely meter dependent and she's low damage, right? I mean, she has high damage, but like in general, her natural forms of getting hits, like crouching medium kick into drive rush cancel, are not gonna do a lot of damage, right? Like she's not a character that you look at and be like, I'm worried about this character's damage output. And so like Jury and Cammy both kind of have that weakness in my opinion. Regardless, Mickey has a Mai, so he'll be fine. But like I said, I still think he's more comfortable with Cammy, but you know, Street Fighter League US was a while ago. That ended in October or November. It ended in November. And all that time, all he's been doing is probably honing that Mai. So he's going to be dangerous. It's good. This is going to be an interesting matchup. I'm really curious to see who makes it out of that one. So Kills You was the other person I was talking about, along with Zerna, who basically switched away from Jury and have been mostly playing Mai. And again, like, Kills You, again, is a world-class player, right? Like, he was one of the best DBFZ players for the longest of time. And now, he's one of the strongest Street Fighter 6 players. And Kills You, for sure, in Street Fighter League EU this last year, like, he did the work, man. They put him in the anchor match so often. And look at this, like he did lose the Hurricane, but this was like on the first day, right? So he lost the Hurricane here. But then after that, Kills You became one of the most consistent. He beat Angry Bird 2-0. He did lose the Ending Walker. He went up 2-0 against Ending Walker, and then Ending Walker came back. But Ending Walker was invincible during Street Fighter League. He beat Viwasim 3-1. He beat Jobby M 3-0. He then got revenge on Hurricane 2-0. He beat Angry Bird again 3-1. He beat Lex 3-0, and Lex was doing really well. Kills You then beat Jobby M again 3-0, and then he eventually beat Senor Power 2-1. Kills You was like super, super reliable as the anchor during Street Fighter League EU. He's a really dangerous player. Again, you can see that, you know, clearly he's amazing player because, you know, he had like Dragon Ball FighterZ, he was really, really good. When did he get into Street Fighter 6? It's a really good question. But if we look over here, it looks like he's been playing Street Fighter 6 since the beginning. Yeah, he just started playing Street Fighter 6 as soon as it dropped. So yeah, he's been playing it since the start. He was a very strong Jury, but you know, his Mai is really good. I have famously said, and I know a lot of people don't agree with me, that Mai is really strong, but yes, Mai will carry players to a certain level, but you reach a point where Mai kind of doesn't really carry players anymore. You still have to be really good to be able to win with the character. You know what I mean? Now, some people think Maya is like the cheapest character since like in forever. And, you know, I totally get that because I've fought Mayas before and I'm just like, why does she get that? Why does she do that? Why does this work? Why does she? And like, I get really mad. But, you know, Maya is also a character that requires a lot of discipline because she is a meter heavy character. If you throw out OD Fan and Drive Rush, 3 bars are gone, and Raw Drive Rush causes a longer freeze on your meter recovery than a Drive Rush cancel. So if you throw OD Fans and then Drive Rush in, you've spent 3 blocks, and now you have a 5-second cooldown before you start naturally gaining your drive gauge back. And it still takes a lot of like discipline and meter management to use Mai, because Mai is one of the easiest characters to burn yourself out. OD Fan, Drive Rush, OD Fan, Drive Rush, you're burned out, right? Or OD Fan, Drive Rush, I got the hit, Drive Rush cancel, oops, you burned yourself out, you forgot, right? Like, think about that. If you OD Fan and then Drive Rush and you hit them, you can't Drive Rush cancel, because you're guaranteed to put yourself at a tiny fraction of meter, potentially. Like, in order to do OD Fan, Drive Rush onto a combo that has a Drive Rush cancel, that's 6 bars, right? Like, you're guaranteed to be under 1 block, right? Like, that's, so, like, that is where Mai's weakness comes from, right? And so you have to take advantage of the fact when you survive the mix-up, OD Fan, Drive Rush, if you survive that, you've got to make sure that you keep the pressure on her so she doesn't gain her meter back. The problem is she's also a really good turtle because she has a natural DP that has frame 1 air invulnerability. So she can, you know, kind of zone you out. She has really good normals. And that's why I keep saying if I would nerf Mai, I would nerf her DP. And I wouldn't nerf her OD Fan. Like, I would leave her OD Fan exactly as it is because it's unique. Like, people are like, nerf her OD Fan. Okay, you nerf her OD Fan, and now she's just another Shoto. Like, she's just not interesting anymore. Why do you want that, right? Like, why would you want that? You know, obviously you want that because you hate fighting Mai, but you can nerf Mai in ways that keep her unique. If you just take away OD Fan and make it not as good, like, then she's just like everybody else with a fireball and a DP. That's boring. So what I want to emphasize is the danger of when she is close to burning out. And so I would nerf her DP so that the startup frames have no air invul. That it's only when she gets to the active frame, just like Marisa, just like Manon, just like Kimberly, just like a bunch of characters, you know, that they don't get their air invul until their first active frame. So if you jump over a fan and you get to the last, like I've seen it so many times, you jump over the fan and then at the very last second she recovers and DPs you. And that's just like, come on, like, seriously, just because I was off by like a few like frames, you know, like, and I like, you get DP'd and now she's gonna build a crap ton of meter back because she knocks you down, throws another fan, like, you're blocking stuff and she gets to sit there and recover, you know, like that one time that she DP'd you, like, erases all of her weakness. So if you make it so she can't DP at the last second or she's scared to, now the meter depletion is actually a weakness. It's actually a weakness. Can she ODDP? By all means, go ahead. OD Fan, Drive Rush, you survive. You jump ODDP, she just burned 5 blocks. You know, like, I'll take that. I'll take the anti-air damage if I can get her to spend 2 more blocks. Because now she's only at 1. And so, like, I think it would just make her really, really interesting. I think that would be really interesting, to be honest with you. Well, I mean, there's the reason why Blas, Chile doesn't even think Maya's that good. Like, they don't think she's top 2 or top 3, right? One of the reasons is because, you know, Sagat, like, fights her really well. And so, like, I don't know, maybe the answer, like, the way Blas makes it look like Sagat has the advantage over Mai. Like, Sagat wins that matchup. So maybe it's just hard for Mai to fight that fight. Maybe she just has to be very careful. and just rely on her speed and, you know, fundamentals to win and not be so focused on you know, OD fan. You're going to have to find places to sneak in charged fans and stuff. But even then, like, Blaz has punished that kind of stuff. It's crazy. Oh, what the F is an honest character? Or I don't know what your comment about Mr. Crimson and Tokido is about. I don't know what that means. But an honest character is a character. So the way that I depict an honest character is that they have everything to win, but they don't have that cheap thing that they can kind of rely on to give themselves a distinct advantage. So, you know, I don't know if Rashid is necessarily better than Juri or Cammy, but he has Isar. Isar is really strong. Really, really strong. And so that's like a nice thing to have in your back pocket. You know, you're not going to throw out level 2s willy-nilly. You're going to try to win without using the level 2, but when push comes to shove, you've got that level 2, right? Cammy's silliest way is the OD hooligan, and Juri really is just drive rush, right? Like, drive rush, and like she just kind of preys on that kind of thing. So both of those characters are, you know, like, I consider them honest characters, and honest characters is not a compliment. Let's just put it that way, right? And honestly, like, I don't want honest characters in my fighting game. This is something important to mention here. A fighting game with nothing but honest characters is a bad fighting game. It's boring. I don't want a fighting game where everybody is honest. I want a fighting game where a lot of characters are cheap, but they have good weaknesses to make up for it. Hence the way that I would rebalance Mai. I would not try to take away her cheap thing. I would try to increase the effect of her weaknesses. Because that's what creates unique matchups. That's what creates unique characters. That's what differentiates the characters. When you have a game full of nothing but honest characters, that typically means every character does basically the same thing. Because as soon as you make a character that deviates from the norm, if everybody's honest, and then you make one character deviate from the norm, you know, like, you might just make them suck and then they're useless. But if you kind of do something and it's really good against all the honest characters, they become the best character, right? Like you don't want a game with nothing but honest characters. It's like boring. Speaking of Hinao, 15 years old is just ridiculous, right? I remember he was 15 years old. He qualified from the Kwai Show event in China. He took first place, and he did it with like a lot of Luke and a lot of Akuma. You know, I know a lot of Japan was talking about him because obviously he's very young, and he just picked up the game like really fast. Like, he's just another one of those situations where they just picked up the game really fast, and he won the Chengdu championship. Like, that's crazy. Like, where did he come from, honestly? So yeah, that's like, I don't really have a backstory for Hinao because Hinao doesn't have a backstory. Like, he's just a 15-year-old kid who just like came and won the Chengdu tournament, and like, here he is, and you know, doing it with Luke and a lot of Akuma, switching back and forth. And again, like I said, it's very good to have two different characters that you can throw at people to give different looks, because it's not even just like when you're playing the guy. Like, the thing about it is, like, when you're in a fighting game tournament, like, the people that might run into you are watching all your other matches, right? So if you play Luke against like somebody else's Ken, and a Ken player that like is kind of like in the path of Hinao, he'll go watch that and he'll be like, so this is how he approaches the Ken matchup. And then you go and fight him and he picks Akuma, and you're just like, well, shit. You know? So like, there's a lot of advantages of having more than one character that you're really strong at. Like, previously, like in Street Fighter V and you know, I didn't feel like it was as important to have multiple characters, but I feel like in Street Fighter VI, it's growing more and more important. I'm not saying like the games are different, but I just feel like the environment, the ecosystem is really just changing with the ability of people to download you and to study you and stuff like that. Like, and to handle bad matchups. But having more than one character, especially if you're a major tournament player like this, I think it's really useful to have more than one character, honestly. Yeah, Reject is spilling the Avengers, yeah. And they signed him, I forgot, what the story was. There was, some crazy story where, they signed him, right after he, won something or did something, and then he just went to this tournament and just, won. But I can't remember. Did they sign him after this? Or I'm really curious to see how he's going to hold up. Because he won that Sungdu tournament, but he hasn't done anything since then. Not saying that he hasn't succeeded. Literally, I don't think he's played in a tournament since then. At least not one that was recorded anywhere. So I have no idea if this is going to stick. But Reject signing him is clearly a show of support, and clearly means that they have a lot of confidence for him. I'm really curious to see how Hinao is going to do in this tournament. Because again, we just don't have any data on him. We literally just don't have any data on Hinao at this point. So really curious to see how it holds up and how he can continue over here. Next we have NuckleDu going up against Raihan. I'm just going to put this out on the table right now. This is going to be a hard matchup for NuckleDu, because where do you get this practice? And I'll get into that a little bit more, because there's more about Raihan. But NuckleDu, obviously, first Street Fighter V Capcom Cup champion, one of the best players in US for a long time. Actually, he kind of did the Chris T. Kusanagi route too, because after he won that, he really kind of stopped playing Street Fighter V, and he disappeared for a very long time. Street Fighter VI was kind of where he really is now, once again, reasserting just how strong of a player he was. During Street Fighter V, I believe that is when he got married and started having kids and stuff like that. So obviously real life and stuff, but now he's at a point where he's comfortable competing again, and NuckleDu is still clearly one of the strongest NA players that this region has. And again, the switch from Guile to Mai is one of my favorite things ever, because as I've mentioned already, Mai is just a better Guile. The way that NuckleDu plays Mai it's very Guile-like. He gets to keep so much of the same mentality, except he has a character that can do instant crosscuts and, all these other, cool and DP, whatever you want. Throw a nice little OD fan if you felt I feel that this match is perfect. So I really like seeing NuckleDu on the Mai, and I really do think he has a lot of strong potential to do really well in this tournament. Again, another one of those players that I, selfishly, biasly, I'm always rooting for, because NuckleDu is just everything about him, his story, everything like that, gets me emotional. I've definitely cried talking about NuckleDu on stream before. I'm not going to do that today. So, it's hard for me to root against NuckleDu. And so I want to see him do really well, and I hope he does really well. And I'm really excited for him. So, and like I said, he's just consistently one of the strongest players here. And he really started showing it in Street Fighter 4, because he made top 8 for Street Fighter 4 one year. And I remember, because I was on the stage, I was working the stage, taking pictures and stuff like that. And, when he was walking up to be introduced for the top 8, I literally said to him, I was like, you got this. You're literally one of the best players in the US. You have the potential to be one of the best players in the US. And he looked at me, he was like, really? And I was like, yeah, dude. I was like, keep it up, man. Keep it up. And he's won Capcom Cup, and clearly he's just been one of the strongest players for NA for such a long time. So, really excited to see how he's going to go, and, how well he's going to do with the Mai. Yeah, him and Punk, that rivalry is crazy, dude. They've played each other. Thanks to good netcode, those two have played each other legit in tournament matches. Maybe more than any other two players in NA ever. It's crazy how often those two have had to fight each other in tournaments. So, on very interesting story here. So, he's from the Asia South region. This was the same region that Nick qualified for 2 years ago. Now, Sianik spelled S-I space N-I-A-N-I-K. So that's who Raihan beat together. And the commentators kept calling him Psionic. S-I-A-N-I-K. He just might be psionic. But Psionic 2 years ago qualified for Capcom Cup, ran into visa issues, and he basically, had that situation where he, was really trying hard to make sure he can go because he's from Bangladesh, and he was like, I don't want to fail my country, and miss my chance to represent, and he didn't make it into Capcom Cup. He had to be replaced because they couldn't wait that long, and he was crestfallen. And then last year, Psionic qualified again, but again, he didn't do as well as he was hoping for, and he was really down on himself. I have a lot of empathy for Psionic, and I wish him the best and everything, but this year, he was unable to stave off Raihan. And if you actually look at Raihan's record over here, he's a player who the Elena helped him a lot. Obviously he was very good, and you can see he was using every character under the sun. We got Jamie, Ryu, Lily, Jamie. We've got, is that Marisa? Yeah, Marisa, Luke. He was using everybody. And then he found the Elena, and it just started working out for him. Now, here's the fascinating part. Not only is he an Elena player, he's a modern Elena player. Raihan is our only modern player in Capcom Cup. He plays modern Elena. I have never even messed with modern Elena. I don't even know what she loses. But interestingly enough, Raihan plays modern Elena. I don't know if he's a modern player this whole entire time. He might have been. But, that's crazy. Elena is not an easy character to play. I have to use everything that she has to be able to win. And so I'm like, dude, if you play modern, you lose some of the stuff that she has. And it's not like her special moves are super good for reactions. Maybe it's just the supers. I don't know. But he is a modern Elena player. And that's going to be really cool to see. And the reason why I said that's going to be tough for NuckleDu is because who are you going to get to practice against the modern Elena? You literally just going to have to find a good Elena player and then just know when you fight against Raihan to keep all the modern stuff in mind, right? Okay, he can anti-air every time. He can super through projectiles, so I have to be careful, that kind of thing. You just have to kind of think about it. Oh, cool, they have it in the Super Combo Wiki. Cool. Let's see here. Where do they talk about that? Oh, here we go. So she loses standing light punch. That is not a big deal at all. I never use standing light punch. Standing heavy kick. That is brutal. That hurts. Losing slide, okay. Losing standing heavy kick is crazy. Moon glider, which is the backswing blow. The light one is the most important one, but having the other ones is useful. There are some very specific combos where I need the medium one. And there's a lot of nice little setups that you can use to bait things out from people with because heavy and medium go back a lot farther. The light one doesn't go back very much, so it's barely a backswing blow. But there's a lot of setups for Elena that you can poke with a couple of buttons, and then, in a common situation where someone would counter poke, you can activate the medium moon glider, and it will get out of the range of the button, and you can punish counter people. And so there are situations where it's useful. It's not a critical loss, but it is unfortunate here. But it sounds like that's all she loses. Sounds like she has everything else. So, not that bad. Honestly, it's not terrible. I could see playing her, but this one is the big one. Losing the standing heavy kick. I don't know if I could ever play Elena without that standing heavy kick. because I already use Kimberly, and I'm tired of the fact that I don't have a button like this for Kimberly. The fact that Elena has one is like one of my favorite things about using her. I'm like, I have a button that reaches. You know, it's nice. But so to lose that, like, that kind of hurts. That kind of hurts, honestly. But yeah, Raihan is a modern Elena player, so it's going to be fascinating to see how he does. And, you know, that could be something that could throw NuckleDu off, honestly, you know, because, like, how do you prepare for that, you know? Even if it was a classic Elena, how do you prepare for that? There's not a lot of Elenas out there. Obviously, we have like El Chicote, which would be, I'm sure NuckleDu was hit up for practice and such. But you just basically have to ask all the Kimberly players, because apparently every Kimberly player also plays Elena. I don't know how that happened, but like Valmaster does it, Salty Kid does it, I do it, and like it's weird. Like every Kimberly player also has a pocket Elena. It's really bizarre. Oh man, but yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what Raihan can do here, you know, for Bangladesh, because, you know, and again, like we definitely have not seen the last of Psionic, right? I'm not saying like, oh, you know, he failed and now it's time for Raihan. Like, we have not seen the last of Psionic, but, you know, again, kind of in the same way that I've talked about other players, you know, being able to represent and show off the, you know, like show what your region has got. I mean, what's cool about this is, you know, this is South Asia, Asia South, but 3 years in a row, South Asia has been won by a Bangladesh player. So clearly that region, you know, has some sauce there. So like, you know, I would love to see that region get more love and like more attention and, you know, more support kind of things, right? And, you know, again, to me, that's like what the World Warrior is all about, right? You have this kind of situation where you can, you know, really show off your area. And I think that's really important. So, you know, I wish for all the luck for Raihan and, you know, Psionic and everybody else from that region, you know, for this year and all the future years as well. I think that would be really cool. We've got Jack and Diver or Daver. Let's talk about just the kid first. I'm sorry, Jack first. Jack is a player that, you know, I always feel like is like on the cusp of just becoming like one of the best that NA has to offer. You know, like we've already gotten to the point where I do believe, you know, like, God, why Dual Kevin, like, you know, is clearly like one of the top players in NA. And I think Just the Kid is like just like outside that group, right? Because Just the Kid, he got top 8 at EVO one year. I think it was in Street Fighter V, and clearly he's played very, very well. Thanks to Dual Kevin qualifying in the global leaderboards, Jack was able to take the World Warrior Midwest. But he is a really, really strong player. He has picked up Mai a little bit, but he still mains Jury. Like during Street Fighter League, I think he just only played Jury. I don't remember him playing Mai at all. But very, very strong player. But yeah, Jack, you know, he's right there. He's right there. He just needs to develop a little bit more of the consistency and just like he can beat anybody on any given day. Like we have seen signs where like Jack just is like unbelievable. Like you just watch him and you're like, okay, there he is. But, you know, he hasn't quite, I don't feel like yet, ascended to that next echelon. Again, you know, it's tough because, you know, obviously as a commentator / analyst, like I always feel like I'm like talking down on players. But keep in mind, like, you know, being in that just under spot is a very big compliment. And I really do think Jack is, you know, has the potential to be one of the best players in the country. And I look forward to him continuing to grow and just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. So I'm looking forward to see what he can do over here in Capcom Cup. I'd like to see a nice deep run for him. David, like I said, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but he qualified in the World Warrior Spain region. But he's actually born in Chile, and he transplanted over to Spain. However, from what I saw, he's been living in Spain since Street Fighter VI dropped. So he's only played Street Fighter VI in the Spain-Portugal region. And David was a Capcom Cup qualifier last year. So 2 years in a row now, he has taken this region. last time, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he only got, I think he went 1-4 in his pool. So it's not the greatest result, obviously, if you're, you want to do better. But yeah, 1-4 in this pool here. And it was this is the pool with Fudo and MenaRD. I mean, like, nobody's going to be like, what, you went 1-4. Like, dude, MenaRD, Fudo, Chris CCH, Mr. Chris. This pool sucked, dude. Oh my God. Holy crap. Oh, this was one of the death pools from last year. I remember, dude, like, Cien always seems to be in the death pools. Poor Cien. But yeah, David was here. And obviously he was in a really brutal pool here. But he's made it again. When I was talking about Tashi earlier, like, even if you don't necessarily do well, you can make it back again. And if you make it back again, it's going to go better this year. Obviously it's not going to be a round robin format, so it's a little tougher, but like, I really do, hope to see, again, there's going 0-2. And then there's going 0-2 putting up a big fight, right? I'm not saying David's going to go 0-2, but my whole point is that, with the double elimination setup that this has, right? Like, literally, like, the chances of a double jeopardy are extremely high. Extremely high with this format of tournament, right? The chances of you, like, getting double jeopardy is high because there's only 4 players in this pool. So, who you run. So it could just be a situation where you run into a player who just uses a character that's bad for you, or just has your number, or like, you're just like, how did Juicy Joe get sent to losers? So it's tough. It's a tough road. And it's brutal because, like, in the previous years, they had it so that you guaranteed played at least 4 games because they had 5 people in each pools. Now, there is a potential that you're just going to play 2 games and that's done, right? But, again, like, being able to put up a fight and, like, making the other person sweat and stuff like that, like, that goes a long way. And again, it'll just, like, it'll be a situation where the experience is just going to keep making you stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. And, I think, like, it's tough because, like, when you're talking about the round robin, like, I talked about Juninho Raz improving his record every year. So he was 1-4, then he was 2-3, then I think he was like 3-2. It's hard to do that when you only have, 2 losses on, to get before you're eliminated. But I don't think that's going to happen for Daver here. So, like, I'm excited to see, because this is going to be a second time here and he's going to have more experience. And again, I mean, he's born in Chile. He's got that Chilean blood in him. So, like, those Chileans, man, like, there's something in the water down there that clearly makes the players down there really, really good. So, I would not sleep on him this year. He's going to be a dangerous player because obviously he's not as well known as a lot of other players, but everybody in this tournament is really good. And so it's a risk, right? You might go in there being like, okay, I should be able to take this one easily and move on. But also he's an Ed player, and Ed is just like, Ed ruins days, right? Like, Ed ruins lives. Like, honestly, like, that character, kind of like Dalsim, can be extremely frustrating to fight against for similar reasons, because he just zones you out, and then every time you whiff a button, stand medium kick and the drive rush cancel, and you're like, I hate this character. So, David has a lot of potential here to ruin people's week, so it's going to be a scary situation. And then finally here, the last 2 players in this tournament, Itabashi Zangief and Jewa. Itabashi Zangief, I mean, look, he's like the scariest Zangief ever, right? Like I said, like, it's him and Kobayan, right? But he's also got that Marisa in his pocket as well that we've seen him bust out every once in a while. But just like Fudo, one of the gods of fighter, one of the best players like on the planet, like, you know, in Japan, like he is like, he's like fighting game royalty out there. He's clearly like super good, really strong. And, you know, like I said, when you go up against the Zangief, you're just like crap, because like, you could just be like, I am winning this round, I'm doing so well, and then you just slip up one time, 720, you lose 60% of your life, and that's the end. And you're like, what happened? I was winning, you know? Like, Zangief just has that ability to take games from you. Oh yeah, and he just played in the VF World Finals. That's right. And now he's going to Capcom Cup. Man, busy guy here. Boy, it must suck being this good at fighting games. Oh, boy, you know. God, I wish I could play like that. But, you know, like, Itazan, for short, Itabashi Zangief, so strong, so strong. He qualified from, oh yeah, the leaderboard, that's right. He was the one that benefited from Blas having already qualified, so he just eked in on number 7. But then thanks to Punk pulling out, now he is the second to last, and Tokido is the one with the plot armor. It always looks like Itazan is having fun. It always looks like he's having fun, and I think that's one of the things that makes him even scarier. Because, like, he's just like, woohoo! And, like, you know, like, you're just like when you know you can get your opponent nervous, like, it makes it that, or, like, you can get them stressed or worried, like, it's that much better. But when your opponent, like, seems like they're happy all the time, and they use Zangief, like, you're just like, God damn it. Oh, man. His clips on VF World Files going viral, I'll have to check. That was the one where he was just like, oh, I'm gonna hide in the corner over here and just continue drinking all day. Even though I'm way behind in life for this round, I'm just gonna keep drinking, because I keep my drinks round to round, and I get really scary. And so the other guy finally tried to attack him, and then he got wrung out. I mean, there was only like 3 seconds on the clock. Like, I feel like I don't know the game well enough, so I don't know what Shun gains, like, once he starts getting, like, he had 17 drinks by that end. Like, I don't know what he gains if he gets to, like, 20 or 21. Like, if his opponent didn't do anything and just let him drink for the last 3 seconds, would that have made Shun, like, insurmountable to fight against? You know what I mean? I don't know. Oh, he gains damage per drink? Oh, God, that's crazy. Oh, yeah, that's right. He can keep drinking after the clock, too. Yeah, so I think his opponent really didn't have much of a choice but to try to do something. And, you know, again, like, I love that about characters when they're unique enough that they kind of force your hand in ways that every other character doesn't. Like, but yeah, Itabashi Zangief, like, another one of those players that clearly, like, you know him. Like, he's been around, he's been doing this for a long time. He's always doing it with the Zangief, you know. He did switch to Abigail in Street Fighter V, but that, like, Abigail was super broken in Season 3, so, you know, I don't blame anybody for using Abigail. But, you know, very, very popular player here, so. And then he's going up against Jewa. So Jewa's the last player on this. And, you know, I'm so stoked to see Jewa here. I've often said, you know, like, Jewa might be one of my favorite players in all of, like, Street Fighter history and stuff. And that's because, like, he was Dark Jewa during the Street Fighter IV era. And, like, the man, like, went to every single tournament during Street Fighter 4 to try to qualify for Capcom Cup. And, like, I would see him at dude, this guy, like, he was good. He wasn't, like, the best, but he was really good and could make deep runs. And back in those days when every tournament was about points and gaining points, like, he traveled to so many events that he was always, like, threatening to get to qualify for Capcom Cup. And I remember one year, like, he literally just he traveled everywhere, dude. And, like, he went to every event, and he missed Capcom Cup by, like, 5 points or something crazy. Like, he is legit the real world warrior, in my opinion. He didn't really play 5 as much. He definitely played it, and, you know, I saw him get results here and there, but I don't think he was as dedicated to it as he was with Street Fighter 4. And to see him here back again, you know, like, in Street Fighter 6, he qualified from the World Warrior by winning the China World Warrior. I think that's sick. I think that's awesome. I'm really happy to see Joa again. I'm sad that, you know, he's going to have to go up against Itabashi Zangief here because, like I said, I just feel like nobody wants to fight. I just think no one wants to fight Ita-san. But, you know, I'm really glad to see Joa back in there and in Capcom Cup like this. I think that's crazy. How old is that Joa pick? I mean, honestly, it's got to be a picture with filter. You know, when they ask for your pick, you know, like there's the guy, like they definitely sent him a picture with like a filter on there. Although I will say, you know, like you look at me, you don't believe how old I am. Like I kind of looked like that when I was 36, right? Like, you know, did I vote in the Battle Hub? I did vote in the Battle Hub. So that's all I'm going to say. Because I don't want to jinx anybody by putting my vote out there and stuff like that. No, he would not be. Like, Nema would not be chomping at the bit to fight Ita-san. While he would enjoy eliminating Ita-san, he just hates fighting Zangief. Like, he hates fighting Zangief. He hates Zangief. So, yeah, no, I don't think he would actually want to fight Itabashi. He would love to watch Ita-san lose. You know, obviously he would love to be the one to make him lose, but like that fight is just so stressful for him that, yeah, I don't think he would be wanting to fight Ita-san anytime soon. But again, yeah, Joa is like, I mean, he puts in the work, like he's the true workhorse, like the true workhorse. Like, you know, whenever you watch a sport, and like, you know, like basketball or something like that. And there's this player that you see, like the journeyman, right? Who just like ends up on different teams. But every team he ends up on, like, he's just like, he's not like one of the core scorers on the team, but he like plays like a really, really good role. Like he's just real, like almost like a Horace Grant kind of thing, right? Like Horace Grant was amazing for the Bulls and he was also amazing for the Orlando Magic, you know, like he's just that person who's like really good. He's not, you don't build a team around him, but he's a key component to make your team work. That's where I kind of see Joa a lot of the time. So again, like I just appreciate, you know, the effort that he put in and just like how much work he puts in. And, you know, it's like I said, I'm just happy to see him here. You know, like I'm ecstatic to see that, you know, he's back in the mix here at Capcom Cup. So I just think that that's super cool. Those are your 48 players at Capcom Cup. And I have this awesome spreadsheet, which once again, I'm super proud of because I can't even tell you like how crazy this spreadsheet is. Like I'm just going to make stuff up here just so you guys can see this. Like I'll put Angry Bird in there. I mean, I'll put Kaba in Group A and I'll put Fudo in Group A, right? So now that I've done this, if I go to the day 2 round robin, you can see automatically that Group A got filled out by the 3 people that I put in there, right? The matrix here automatically fills out with their names. Their names just got put in there. And now I can be like Angry Bird fights Kaba, then Angry Bird fights like Fudo, and then Fudo fights Kaba over here like this. And this just tells you which match they played in. I'm going to put different information here. I just haven't done that yet. But like, let's say I do Angry Bird, and then Kaba takes one Angry Bird, and Kaba squeezes one out here against Angry Bird, but then Angry Bird finishes him off. And then Angry Bird and Fudo fight. Fudo takes the first game solidly. Then Angry Bird comes back, and then Angry Bird tries to take the lead, but Fudo gets it back, and then Angry Bird takes it 2 rounds in a row, and it goes to the very last one, and Angry Bird takes it. And then we come down here with Fudo and Kaba. Like, Fudo will fight, like, Fudo takes out Kaba the first one. Kaba then goes the second one, and then Kaba ekes out the third one. And not only that, but I know you guys have a hard time seeing this, but if I make it go to 200%, I even calculate all the tiebreaker stuff for you. Like the first tiebreaker is like the sets 1 compared to loss, so it's 2-0, so the delta is 2. And then for Kaba, it's 0-2, so it's -2. If that's a tie, then it's the game, so 6-3, it's a delta of 3, 1-5, delta of -4. And then the rounds actually count as one, so I have that calculated too, 14-10, which is delta of 4, 6-13, 7. Like, I just calculate, and like automatically, Fudo qualifies to phase 3. Like, I have them, you know, like, I have like, I put so much goddamn work into this thing, dude. Like, it's actually kind of silly. This is kind of something I want to do. Like, I kind of want to just do more of this and, like, maybe try to do this more often and help. Because, you know, like, I feel like having this kind of thing is important. I made a spreadsheet last year, and I sent that to the commentators. And then this year I made this, and I sent this to them. And like I said, I made this side-by-side thing so that when two players play each other, you just pick them here, and now you have all this data about them, and so you can like look up their data just by having this one page open, you know, and then we record all the rounds and everything. Like, I put a lot of thought into this. I put a lot of work into this. I'm really proud of it. I sent it to Capcom as well, so I hope Capcom like has a chance to look at this and stuff like that. But that's your 48 players. I knew it was going to take me all day, and I was going to do it for however long I needed to go. But there you go. There you go. But next week, for sure, I will be trying to restream all of Capcom Cup. And hopefully I can do what I want to do on the Saturday for the finals. But I hope everybody tunes in who doesn't have the ability to watch it and has a good time hanging out with me, you know, for the finals match. So, all right, guys, I will talk to you guys later. The day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
it was
Thursday.